Good evening. I'll call this meeting to order, and I move that we move into executive session.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Executive session for legal advice regarding interim superintendent and related issues pursuant to ARS 38-431-3.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We will be back. Good evening. We will now resume our open meeting. Mrs. Richards, roll call.
President Schultz, let the record show that all board members are present this evening.
Thank you. Please join us now in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, Michelle, we're going to get right back up again. I'd like to I make a motion to approve the agenda. Second. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Mrs. Richards, the superintendent's report.
So we're excited this evening, President Schultz, to recognize 4 of our district office employees that make a huge difference every single day. So we're going to call them up one at a time. Mr. Moore is going to recognize Heather Brush this evening.
That wasn't the order I had it in. But... All right, I have the pleasure to recognize Ms. Heather Brush today. I just want to read a couple of the comments that were submitted on behalf of the district office employees recognizing Heather Brush. So first, Heather Brush is often observed going above and beyond to ensure 100% customer service. Heather Brush has also taken on additional job duties, including print shop operations. Heather Brush continues to strive for the best results for the entire district, and we are proud to have her as part of our team. Got one more here. Heather is one of the hardest working people at the district. Her job has like 500 subcategories, and she does them all. She gets thrown new responsibilities and does them with a smile. She's always helpful, and on top of everything, she deserves to be recognized for it. And I'll just add, Heather Brush, she works in the warehouse, but many of her know as Mama Heather. She takes care of all those employees. She is the most dedicated person that I know, constantly ensuring curriculum is delivered on time. Warehouse orders are packaged and gotten shipped to sites before school starts. And so we appreciate you, Heather. I know we have a big team here to help celebrate you, so congrats. Heather, who did you bring here today to help celebrate?
I know, thank you so much.
Who did you bring?
Oh, I brought my family with me, Jason and Savannah and John and Tyler and Alexander.
Yeah, don't run away. All right, next I have the pleasure of recognizing Miss Samantha Corbel. If you want to come up. Miss Samantha Corbel is the maintenance and construction admin assistant, and I have a few recognitions that I would like to read. So first, we are excited to be recognizing Samantha Corbel for the Points of Pride here at District Office. Sam is a very important part of the maintenance and construction department. She's amazing at her job and keeps our department running smoothly and efficiently. She's a huge asset to our team, and we would be a loss without her. She is an inspiration to all of us and a lot of fun to work with. We greatly appreciate all her hard work and dedication to our department and to the district. One more. Sam, she is always on the ball with assisting the departments as the administrative assistant. Her work with everything with FMX has been very helpful, not only to me on the rental side, but for the rest of the department regarding FMX. She's very well deserving of the award. And two, I'd just like to add, Sam does keep it fun. She's got a full department of men that she has to wrangle and keep on top of. And so we appreciate you, Sam. And so congratulations. Who do you have here, Sam?
My boyfriend and stepson, Tim and Mason.
Okay, you want to go next? Okay, you sure? Yes.
Hi, good evening, and I'd like Vanessa Weaver to please come up here. Beautiful Vanessa, come on up. All righty. So I just want you to know this wonderful employee of ours in the HR team onboarded me a few months ago. But I can see why her colleagues really love her and care about her and have some wonderful things to say about her. Vanessa has been a joy since she's joined our department. She is the definition of resourceful and motivated to make me a better employee. This is from Erica. Her energy is always positive and she is always consistent with her attitude. Not only is Vanessa a model employee, she is also a dedicated military spouse, and we thank you for that. Being a military spouse myself, I know that there are numerous hurdles when it comes to having a successful career. Her husband has been active duty for almost 20 years, and I'm astounded to see how far she has come in her career. Vanessa sets a new standard when it comes to networking, professionalism, and most importantly, creating an inclusive work environment that puts a smile on people's face. I take pride in being able to nominate Vanessa for this award and hope for her to be recognized to show our department's immense appreciation. And from your other colleague, your colleagues really love you, Diana. And Diana wanted to say, Vanessa has been such an amazing addition to the HR team. I genuinely believe that she continues to prove her work ethic and skill set on a daily basis. Vanessa has demonstrated that she is the very definition of a team player by repeatedly volunteering to help the entire team, whether it's our admin assistant or our executive director. Moreover, hang on one second, let me get to the next one. Although she has a considerable workload to manage, she is always happy to extend any help, no matter the scope of the assignment. Although Vanessa has several audible qualities to speak of, her positive attitude faithfully brings joy to our department throughout the work week. She always sees the good in every situation and is key in keeping the spirits of our department up, even during high stressful moments. There's no stress in HR. In addition, she is eager to grow and never finds a task too daunting. Vanessa frequently seeks opportunities to develop further in her career field of human resources, and her passion for her trade as well as HUSD as a whole is unmistakable. Vanessa Weaver is one of the brightest and personable members of the Higley family, and to receive the points of pride this year, she deserves.
I have my little girl, Madison, with me tonight.
Well,
Sorry. Like the sound of cellophane. All right, Miss Sanchez. I've had the privilege of working with Virginia for the past 6 years closely, even though I knew her before. This girl is the most professional person I have ever worked with. Positive, in spite of everything that can go on. She's always the positive, shining force in the room. She's never said she's too stressed or too busy to help someone. She goes out of her way to ensure all communication and tasks are completed with excellence. Even if I call her and say, uh-oh, something didn't get done, she runs back to the office and makes sure it's done. And I'm embarrassed to say it's happened on a Friday night before. So how many people are that dedicated? I don't know what HUSD would be without Virginia. And we are so very thankful for you because you serve this whole district. Who do you have here?
My daughter, Alexis.
That's your district's points of pride. President Schultz, members of the board, tonight we want to describe some of Higley adventures that are going on in the summer, because just because it's summer, the fun does not stop. I don't have a clicker, so. We wanted you to see what our pre-K students are getting to experience this year in Kids Club. Sossaman ECDC has a beach theme this year. They're hosting 30 to 40 kids every day. It's full of life, excitement, and when you need a boost or you need to smile, that's where you need to go. Next slide. Kids Club's also at Chaparral this summer. They have summer at the movies, and we wanted you to see some of the pictures of the rooms and the excitement that's going on there. I got to go over there last week, and the kids were so engaged and so excited. They wanted to tell me everything they were doing, from going to the pool, going to see SpongeBob SquarePants, Beauty and the Beast, a field trip to the Phoenix Mercury game, and I said, I didn't get invited. Did you guys get invited? Anyway, they are having a blast, and if you have a chance to drop by, do it, because they've done some amazing artwork. There are aliens in the gym that I need to warn you about. Additional summer enrichment opportunities for our kids include band, Mandarin, Thrive in Math, yoga, and piano. So that's pretty impressive. Chaparral, I forgot to mention, is hosting 210 to 240 kids every day. So we got good things going on. And last but not least, you've got a graduate of the class of 2036 on stage here. And I have to tell you whose kid that is. Brian Campbell, that's his kid. And let me tell you, he's almost ready for high school. Very articulate. He was in our preschool program. This is part of our PR team's marketing plan. So we wanted to share that with you this evening. Mr. Moore.
Yeah. Continuing the celebrations, we have a beautiful new building there that the governing board authorized last fall, and it is taking shape. One caveat is that we did have a construction delay. We tried to avoid that, but we are still planning on opening just a month into the school year, and so we'll have more information on that as that progresses. But again, a beautiful new building being built on campus, and it is going to look great. I know there is some excitement around the teachers moving into that building, and some jealousy for those who are not going into that building. So I believe there's another slide showing some of the additional work in there. Keep going. And so, yeah, you can see it taking shape. Blue tape's on the wall as we're doing final walks, but again, we have a slight delay on one particular part, and we'll not be able to open at the start of school, but shortly after school starts, we'll be occupying this building and providing instruction in there. So I think that's it for my report.
Upcoming events include new teacher orientation, which we're hoping you guys will be able to attend. We also have the board meeting, the next one, on July 19th. The back to school rally, there's 2 rallies because Higley's so large now we can't fit in the HCPA, which is awesome. One's at 8:30, one's at 11, and then of course school resumes on July 24th. And a lot of these teachers out here, I ask them, are you ready for that yet? And not yet. They need a little more time. That concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mrs. Richards. I love the new format and showing the photos and being able to highlight and see. And I'm sure anybody who's ever built anything understands construction delays. And so we're hopeful that one part, and then we'll be able to open soon. Thank you very much. We will now move into a public hearing to discuss the adopted budget fiscal year 2024. Mr. Moore.
President Schultz, members of the board, tonight I'll be presenting the adopted budget. This presentation is going to look very similar to the proposed budget presentation that I did on June 7th. But as stated in the statute, we need to have 2 public hearings, one proposing the budget and 2 adopting the budget. But as you'll see later, as I go through this presentation, we've had no changes from the proposed budget. So again, as we've practiced, we have a budget acronym slide. So anybody watching online or in the community who's not familiar with some of the acronyms used in school finance can reference this slide. This slide should look awfully familiar. We're at the start of the year. We're proposing and adopting a budget for fiscal year 24. This will take us all the way through June 30 of 2024. As I've alluded to throughout all my budget presentations, we estimate enrollment based on historical data and different assumptions that we take into consideration. And so as we go through the year, we have several opportunities to revise our budget if enrollment drastically increases or decreases, and those dates are typically in December and May, May being an actual revision to the 100-day number to true up our numbers, but December being a date in which we can revise up or down if we do see drastic swings in our estimated enrollment. And then again, we get to do it all over again in June 2024. So diving into the adopted budget highlights, again, nothing has changed here from the proposed. So quickly running through these, the aggregate expenditure limit, that was exempted in this legislative cycle. That bill was SCR 1041. Again, it was passed for a one-year exemption. That will come back in 25. The Higley-specific implications, ASRS, I've alluded to this since March, is increasing 0.12%. We know this will affect both the employer and the employee. We are transferring M&O to capital dollars to continue to support our lease obligation, as well as the capital projects that we discussed in the April meeting when we approved the tentative capital plan. Bullet point number 3 includes our, this budget includes our 24 approved compensation increases that were tentatively approved in March, which included 2% increase to certified staff, classified exempt admin, and supplementals, and then $1 an hour increase to classified hourly. The last slide back on the last box on the slide, excuse me, provides the legislative budget details. Again, we estimated, and it actually came to fruition, the 2% increase to the base level support, which equates to $1.7 million for Higley Unified. The results-based funding shift to the base level support that was not assumed in our tentative plans, but that increase to the base level support is 0.9%, but that actually, when doing the calculations, is a decrease to the HUSD budget. And we talked about HUSD being a high-achieving district. We received a lot of results-based funding because we had a lot of qualifying schools. And so moving that funding to the base support level, that's going to decrease our overall funding by $520,000 next year. So again, that will be a point of emphasis as we move throughout the year. All those funds were paid out. The practice was a supplemental back to the teachers. And so that's going to be a direct hit to our teachers' compensation into next year. So we'll have a plan for that with meet and confer, and I anticipate that being a conversation topic, not a fun one, unfortunately. Bullet point 3, the $20 million towards district additional assistance. This is the state's initiative to push more capital funding towards school districts. That impact for HUSD is $550,000. And then what was not estimated in some of our tentative approvals was the one-time state aid supplement of $300 million. That equated to $3.49 million, and we're proposing allocating that to capital for one-time needs. Within this budget, as I mentioned in the proposed, HUSD is proposing an adjacent ways levy of $1.5 million. That levy will assess a primary property tax levy of 16 cents per $100,000 of assessed value. Again, assessed valuation is your taxable residential value or commercial or agricultural, not your Zillow or your what you can get on the market. So you really have to look at your tax bill to understand the implication here. And just a little history, HUSD, the last levy was in 2016 for $3 million. Our current balance, as it's projected to end in fiscal 24, is $1.1 million. But again, we've talked about several projects that we have slated for public right-of-ways in terms of traffic flow modifications at Williamsfield, Cooley, Sossaman, and those projects will grossly exceed the balance that we have available. So we're leveling, proposing a levy to be proactive, and so we can continue when we go out and do our civil engineering and our site assessments, that we can proceed with those projects and not come back to the board, ask for a levy, or wait a fiscal year or postpone some of these projects we can continue and proceed with them and make immediate impact for our taxpayers. So again, those funds can only be used for public right-of-ways, sidewalks, roadways, bus lanes, and bus sidewalk improvements. I did add a slide here. I pulled our average assessed valuation for a residential property in Higley Unified. That is $274,000. So if you take the proposed levy per $100,000 of assessed valuation, which is 16 cents, for that averaged assessed residential property value, that would equate to a 44-cent one-time property tax increase for next year. Moving to our M&O budget, again, in our estimated proposed budget that we approved back in March, we estimated the budget to be just a little over $124 million. Again, we projected no increase to ADM. Inflation, we projected at 2%, which is actually what we realized. We had an M&O transfer to capital of 6.6, and an estimated budget balance carry forward from this current year, fiscal 23, to next year of $26 million. What we are proposing to adopt is just a little bit above that. Again, the main emphasis is no ADM increase. Inflation is 2% what we realized. What I did not take into consideration was the results-based funding shift. But again, while that's increasing the M&O budget, it's actually an overall decrease in our budget. And then the M&O transfer to capital reduction of 5.6. If you recall, in the revised budget in May, the district transferred additional $1 million to cover capital projects this summer. So we are making that move back to M&O in this proposed budget. So you take the difference between the estimated and proposed, and that's a net increase of $603,000, just 0.5% of what the board tentatively approved back in March. One point of emphasis in the budget forms, again, is the average teacher salary. This is required to be reported by statute on our website, as well as called out in the budget forms. And like I stated in my June 7th presentation, I thought this was a point of emphasis when the calculation shows that there's 0% increase in teacher pay, average teacher pay, from the FY23 to FY24. And so you'll see in my comments there, when digging into this information, even though the board approved a 2% increase from the M&O budget, and then another 2% from the classroom site fund plan, a total 4% increase going into this fiscal year, we actually experienced a decrease of teacher experience of over a year. And so again, I mentioned HUSD is not immune to the teachers leaving the profession. And it's typically experienced teachers leaving the profession. And so when you take experienced teachers that are at the higher end of the pay scale from an average pool of salaries, that's going to reduce the average. So that is what is happening. And it's unfortunate, but that's the reality of where we are today. So the calculation does not include supplemental pay because that can vary per teacher and what they want to tack on to their already their teacher obligations. So, and again, this takes into consideration the increases the board approved. So, looking at the capital budget, this is where you're going to see the biggest swing, and majority of the swing is the one-time state aid supplement that we're proposing allocate to capital. So what the district estimated for capital was a little over $17 million. A lot of the same assumptions from the M&O budget. One point of emphasis is bullet point 4. We assumed that we would have more expenses this fiscal year than we actually incurred, or that we're actually estimating incurring. So we estimated that we would carry over from this year $4 million into next fiscal year. You'll see on the bottom of the proposed capital budget that we are actually going to probably carry over $7 million. And the main reason is the projects are, while they're taking place, there are still supply chain issues. And so while they're started and things are making progress, progress isn't happening as fast as we anticipated. And so we only pay on what has been completed, and so if projects haven't been completed, we are not going to pay. So a lot of these projects will roll into next fiscal year, and unfortunately, we'll do the best we can to limit the impact on classroom instruction, and so we may push some of these projects to fall break, et cetera, where it's limited impact to classroom instruction. The main reason this budget is increasing is the one-time state aid supplement that we're proposing allocating to capital. This was not assumed when we proposed the budget back in April, and so that allocation of $3.4 million, we're proposing allocating to capital. And the next slide, I'll go into more detail on what that allocation is being recommended for. So you'll see a drastic increase, again, mostly because the budget balance carry forward and the one-time state aid to capital. So again, I talked about the additional capital dollars. We want to emphasize safety and security. I know Mr. Walker and our information technology department are working on a board agenda item to bring to you guys in regards to safety and security, which will have, I don't want to say July, but it could be July or August. It's in regards to the video camera replacement schedule. We've been working closely with schools, vendors. Mr. Walker's been working closely with the Gilbert PD and other stakeholders involved in that safety and security conversation. And so we're doing our best to bring a holistic approach to that proposal, and that we'll have a presentation for the board to start allocating some of the funds towards that priority. In addition, if we do have some remaining funds, we'll move forward some major maintenance projects that are slated to be done in subsequent fiscal years. So if the project, such as flooring, weatherization, et cetera, are being slated on our capital plan for fiscal 25, we would move those forward to next fiscal year and get those done a year earlier. And that's really it for me. Again, so I presented the proposed on June 7th. We've advertised in the Arizona Republic. We've posted on our website the budget forms. To date, I have had no emails, phone calls regarding the budget. We're presenting the adopted budget here today with no changes. And then again, like I said, we have the option when we get to December to revise this budget if needed. So if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer any.
President Schultz, Mr. Moore, have we had any further conversations with Queen Creek about their SRO?
At this point, we're still waiting for a response from a letter that was sent to the town. So we haven't had any forward progress with that. But again, we're ready, willing, and able to help fund an SRO for Queen Creek as soon as they amend their policy to be able to do so.
Thank you.
Mrs. Van Hook, I also spoke with Councilman Brown in Queen Creek and asked him and told him we were waiting and asked him to reach out as I saw him. So I just wanted to let you know too. When was that? A month ago. So we're still waiting. So I'll follow up with him again too.
I have a question. President Schultz. Assuming the passing of everything this evening, regarding the adjacent ways levy, will information, or do you have a dedicated area on the website or anything to kind of update programs and projects and money spent, money used from this?
Yeah, President Schultz, Member Anderson. So there is some additional work that needs to be done in terms of notifying residents. If the board chooses to adopt this budget tonight, we would then send a letter to all residents that notifying them of the tax levy for next year. In addition, there is no additional reporting required on this particular fund, but we do present in October. There's an annual requirement to present any override spending. And at the time, we do add in adjacent ways funding. So in October, if the district has any eminent override, which we do, or has used any bond proceeds, which we have finished up bond posters from the prior fiscal year, we're obligated to report out how we expended those dollars. And in that report, we typically add in adjacent ways because it's tied more than often to these projects. And so we do report out at that time, even though that is not required by statute. So.
Mr. Moore, question, and I'm sorry if this was already answered and I'm just tired. For things like the Williams Field expansion, like if we approve this tonight, when does that get started? I guess I'm just thinking about it already is not the best road to drive on when it is time for school to start or end kind of deal, and nobody likes construction in that general time frame. I just am curious when that would happen in the school year.
Yeah, so President Schultz, Member Wade, so we've already been in progress with some of these in terms of having a civil engineer out to assess the property. We've already had conversations with the town of Gilbert with various grants. Mr. Crosby, our transportation director, has had various conversations. So conversations are already in place. Next steps would be to come up with a plan. And so there's some conversations that need to be had to come up with a plan. We would obviously, I think, want to involve the community at that time because we're going to be changing the flow of traffic. That is always a contentious topic. There's typically no right answer. And so much like we did with Higley High School, we had several community meetings where there was opportunity for involvement. But we first need to finish our civil engineering and seeing what is actually feasible. To the naked eye, there may not look like there is a retention basin there that we cannot cover, or water line, or electrical. So having all the information known, basically, getting all those unknowns out of the way is something that's already been in progress. Next step, again, would be having those conversations to figure out, okay, how should this work? What is the best solution for Williamsfield High School? And then, then looking at construction dates that have limited impact, and we'd probably be targeting next summer, just to be honest, so.
Does anyone from the public have any comments at this time? Questions? Anyone else? Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Moore. We will now reconvene in open session. We value input from our constituents. This time our agenda has been set aside for anyone from the audience who wishes to address the board. Those that wish to speak should have filled out speaker cards, which are due prior to the start, of our meeting. Members of the board may not discuss, comment, or take action on matters raised that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. Also, we ask the audience members practice proper public meeting decorum, refraining from either negative or positive responses, including clapping or verbal outbursts, to ensure fairness to all points of view. Those that refuse to follow these rules may be asked to leave. Speakers, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. Yes. 120 minutes later. Mrs. Balk.
Push a button. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Good evening, Governing Board. It's a pleasure to speak to you this evening about the HEA MOU and the General Leave Policy. It is through our HEA MOU that we have established our Meet and Confer team. It is made up of both district administration as well as HEA members. We come together and meet about once a month and chat about all the things that are going on that impact our teachers and staff and how we can better things for them. I've been able to sit on Meet and Confer for a couple of years now, and I'm very proud of the teamwork that we do in those meetings. It's a very positive atmosphere, and we really work hard to accomplish a lot every year that we meet. This year, we really focused on our general leave policy. For the May 10th, I just learned about these questions. that you guys get to submit and then are answered before the meetings, and it's so cool. So I read them all today before the meeting. And I came across this one from May 10th about the increase in ESI subservices. And it asked for specific data regarding the number of teachers that are not returning and whether or not they used subservices. And I thought that was just such a great question because it happens. Our current policy only pays out if you've been in our district for 8 years or more. And so our teachers that have been here for 6 years and they've been dedicated and they worked hard and for whatever reason they can't come back to us, they lose that time. It's gone. They didn't use it when they were here, and so they've lost it. So we worked really hard together to find a way to prevent that from happening. This is a benefit to our employees because it rewards them for their dedicated attendance and not needing to use those general leave hours during their time in our employment. We want to value our staff and let them know that we recognize it's their time, and we want to reward them for that. The GCCAR now aligns better also with surrounding districts, and so that might be a better motivation to work for Higley. And I'm just really happy that I'm able to sit on this team of Meet and Confer and be a proud Higley Education member, and I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. D'Ambrosio.
Hi, everyone. Hello, Cabinet. Hello, Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am the proud mom of 2 kind, dedicated student athletes who are in high school over at Williamsfield. And this summer, they participated in the weights program with the soccer and football team practicing. And it has been an amazing experience. The dedication that the coaches and the staff put into my boys just brought so much to our family this summer. In addition to that, as well as being a mom, I'm also a public school teacher for the last 19 years. 16 of those years have been in Higley. I love Higley. I love our students. I love our community, our parents. And I wanted to say thank you to the governing board members who voted to support the curriculum that we put forth as teachers. I have the unique experience each year for past over a decade. During the new teacher orientation process, I get to train all the new teachers to our district. And so that means that I get to meet each and every one of them, know their name, and know their subject matter. And each year, I look at them and I say, oh my gosh, Higley did such a good job. Look at what they found. And so I know that the quality of teachers that we have in Higley, they're just amazing, and they're knowledgeable, and they're experienced, and they know the best things for our students so that they can learn. And I just wanted to say thank you to the board members who voted to support the recommendation of these educators. And then finally, I just wanted to say thank you to Mrs. Sherry Richards. I think you are the brightest light in every room and in our district. So I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your time.
Very nice. Mr. John Mason.
I hope you all can hear me. I was struggling to hear other people. My wife says that I don't hear good, or maybe I don't listen well. In any event, I recall hearing laughter from teachers and staff members while I spoke at the last board meeting. I was not trying to be funny. I certainly thought I was not being controversial. It was very disconcerting to hear the laughter. My mother remarried when I was 19 years old. We moved to a very conservative farming community. I was one of the few liberal Democrats in a very Republican area. When I was 20 years old, a school board member in that conservative community invited me to join the textbook committee. I was surprised. I was 20 years old. What do I know? I thought that he was crazy to invite me to join the committee because I thought differently. He said that they needed people like me on the committee precisely because I thought outside of the box. That moment forever changed my perception of Republicans. Until that time, I believed that they were narrow-minded, selfish people. At the last Higley board meeting, a school board member was ridiculed for thinking outside of the box when talking about textbooks. Teachers and staff members laughed at, heckled, and ridiculed the board member while she spoke at the last board meeting. This type of behavior would most likely earn a student a suspension if he or she did that to a teacher. The crux of social and emotional learning is the appreciation that honest people think differently about important issues. And social and emotional learning, as I've learned when attending these board meetings, is a big, important part of what Higley does. Social and emotional learning cannot take place deductively by completing worksheets. It is learned inductively through experience. Adults teach these skills through example. Teachers and staff members teach through example. They just taught students that bullying is okay. They taught students that it is okay to pick on someone because he or she is different. Staff members and teachers might think that these acts of bullying are insignificant. They're not. But the potential consequences to our democracy are grave. Right now, I know for a fact that there are many community members in school districts across the valley that are afraid to run due to fears of harassment. You know, I recall a student who had the courage to stand up for an unpopular kid at Higley High School. It took guts for that student to stand up to a bunch of bullies. That humble student inspired me to take a stand today. I expect to be an unpopular person when I walk out of the door of the boardroom, but someone needs to take a stand against bullies. I say that as a humble sinner myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Richards?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I want to start out by saying I came in with the intention to say what I'm about to say, and it has nothing to do with what preceded me. I was similar to Mrs. D'Ambrosio, coming to thank those board members who chose to support the curriculum as laid out by the team of experts here in Higley School District in terms of both physics, which I will own that I know nothing about, and even if I could have gotten all the way through that very large textbook, I probably just would believe anything on those pages because I didn't have to take physics back in the day. I was struck by the fact and continue to be struck by the fact when I watch and or attend these meetings, how quickly they have devolved in some capacity into politics. And so I wanted to humbly ask all board members to remember that this is a completely nonpartisan position. It does not matter what your politics are or what brought you to the world of school board. I hope that that driving force is what is best for every single student, and not just our students, but our families and our teachers and our administrators. We are all a team. I talked to my students when I was still in a classroom about the team aspect of education. I talked to my children at home about how we need to remember that we all play for the same team. We are all here in this room, Team Higley. And at the end of the day, our only job is to make sure that we are putting out productive humans into this world who are able to think for themselves, add and subtract when I give them change and I need them to make change for me, to read well, and to make decisions that are going to better impact our world as we move forward. And I am scared sometimes as a parent by some of the lines of questioning and the buzzwords that get thrown around in this schoolroom. in this boardroom, excuse me, as I watch what happens nationally in school boardrooms across the country. I think we're better than a lot of what we could potentially see out there. And I just wanted to, again, ask you all, as you volunteer your time, and there is a crazy amount of time that you all put in outside of these epically long meetings monthly, and that is not to be underestimated. The district is putting in a lot of time and effort into the questions that one of the other public speakers brought up, the question and answers that come before the agendas are published, to make sure that time is used as efficiently as possible. And then before my time runs out, as a parent, I just wanted, I don't know if Dr. Foley, I know she is gone, but I just wanted to thank her for her service while she was here, and thank Mrs. Richards for stepping up to the plate as you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Schultz, I'd like to address what Ms. Richards just said. Based on my experience, this board prior was not used to asking a lot of questions. One of the reasons I decided to run for school board was because of the amount of politics that is in our district and is in our schools. And the fact that I am exposing all the curriculum and everything else that is political with the hopes that we remove politics out of our district doesn't mean I'm bringing my politics into it. My purpose is to remove politics out of our district. That includes funding curriculum that is political. And so for you to comment that.
So you can say that what's inaccurate, but we can't continue to, if you want to correct information. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can correct information, but we don't want to start a battle at this time.
Well, I'm not starting a battle. I have a right to address her because she is referring to me.
It's not an agenda item, so
It's
you can correct it.
It's not an agenda item, but after public comments are over, I am able to address.
You can correct the information that you want to do, but we don't, you don't want
And
to
that's what I'm
address her.
doing. I'm not bringing politics into the district. I am mainly pointing out that there are politics here that I would like removed. That's all.
Moving on to the consent agenda, I'd like to make a motion that we approve consent agenda items 7.1 to 7.19.
I'd like to make a motion to remove 7.18 off the consent agenda since it was added last minute and I wasn't able to do it ahead of time.
Second. Oh, yeah, okay.
But yes, that was. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Oh, I don't have that either. It's on the screen. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So approve consent agenda. Can you pull that up? Because I can't pull it up on my. Okay. Thank you. It's not pulling up on my, and I don't have, it doesn't go on my scroll. It only goes to 7.12. Thank you. And I can't see that far. So I move that we approve consent agenda items 7.1 to 7.18.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Do you have a?
I had a question. I'm so sorry. I'm a little slow, so I thought I had sent my questions. I just have a couple questions for clarity. I just want to clarify that because it wasn't in the attached language. So just a couple of items. Do you mind if I just, they're really fast. I don't want to take up anybody's time. It's just regarding the contracts for the custodial landscaping. I assume they are, or we are, in taking on the costs for background checks and fingerprint cards. Is that correct? That's being done? I didn't see that in the language of the contracts.
That is board policy that we require them to have
Correct.
background checks. So we require each vendor to background check their employees and
Are
have
they
them
incurring the
fingerprinted.
costs, or are we incurring the cost?
We do not incur that cost. That is an expectation if they want to do business with Higley Unified.
Okay, and we verified that they actually are even though it's
Yeah,
our
if-
policy, it's our district, I just want to verify that that's getting done through these outside
Yeah.
agencies.
If you walk on the Higley Head campus, Chase, on their vests, they have their fingerprint credentials in their vests.
I didn't know. Very cool. Thank you. Okay. For 7, the Kairos one, were there any changes before we move on? Did anything change in any way? Because, okay.
No, there were not.
April's the last time we saw it, so I just wanted to make sure that there was nothing new to it.
No, those are the final numbers for this year.
Okay, and because I went back to the April meeting and I didn't see the $0 PPO listed on the, and of course, you weren't prepared for this because I didn't send it, but I didn't see the $0 PPO on the April slides, and then it's on this one, so I don't know where I missed.
That is only the grandfathered program
Okay.
that those folks that were in there, you won't see that any longer.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you guys for your time. I apologize. Oh.
Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to information items, 8.1, governing board initiatives for 2023-2024 school year.
President Schultz, members of the board, we have a short PowerPoint for you that we've recorded. However, when it's over, we have a whole team of people here if you have questions or you want to discuss anything. You should also have a copy of these proposed initiatives or focus areas for 23-24. We're here this evening to focus on the strategic plan. We have a continued focus for improvement in the school district. Tonight, we're going to talk about focus areas for the 23-24 school year. These are going to be recommended board initiatives that we can discuss at the end of this presentation. We are going to continue focusing on our portrait of a graduate. This evening, we look at strategic anchor number 1, which is teaching and learning and student success. We've defined some specific potential action steps that will help us achieve the initiative of providing exceptional opportunities for personalized instruction, including differentiation, acceleration, innovation, and leadership opportunities. Last year, our district coaches worked with our director of PD and teachers across the district to revitalize our instructional maps in the areas of ELA, math, science, and social studies. These are being uploaded to our website for use this school year. This year, we're shifting the focus to the completion of instructional maps K-12 in the areas of fine arts, PE, and non-departmental elective courses. Once these are completed, they'll also be added to the website. Higley is excited this year to recognize and celebrate student leadership. We have student leadership opportunities on every campus, and we know social media is an important component to brag and highlight outstanding achievements and leadership. We're adding a component to our board meetings called Higley Adventures. This will give us the opportunity to display pictures and also have leadership teams come to governing board meetings to highlight all the great things we have going on. This will be in addition to our points of pride. Along the same lines, we know it's important to strategically and systematically communicate opportunities for our kids, such as honors courses, dual enrollment, and advanced placement pathways for kids in grades 7 through 12. We have plans for middle and high school parent information meetings. We'll work with PR to advertise these through the digital magazine and also HUSD website announcements and updates. We want all students to have an opportunity to enroll in advanced courses moving forward.
Our next area of focus is on 1.3, providing guidance and support for college and career readiness. Action steps that we look to take this year include increasing awareness of our feeder pattern programs within the district, academic planning for post-secondary pathways beginning in the 6th grade, utilizing our career and technical education pathways, and involving our secondary counselors and career center specialists to ensure optimization of dual enrollment and advanced placement opportunities for our students. Along with this, we look to increase awareness and participation in academic seals. We would like to increase the number of people represented at our financial aid information and assistance nights with parents and students. And we will continue to increase our CTE students who are successfully earning industry credentials and completing programs of work.
Within Focus 1.5, our strategic plan calls for supporting a collaborative culture and research-based practices. In terms of action steps this year, we will be working to ensure that PLCs will utilize benchmark informative data to guide instruction in district PD. Our assessment and PD departments will create and present a series of joint professional development sessions for site leaders as to how to best support the use of data to inform instruction and guide the PLC process. Our school admin teams will participate in ongoing professional development in which strategies, support, and guidance will be provided to help them foster an effective data culture within their respective school campuses.
Next, we would like to address Strategic Anchor 2, highly effective personnel. To do this, we will focus on 2.2, a process of developing a more comprehensive professional growth plan for all employees. Action steps for this include providing targeted training and professional development for administrators to ensure inter-rater reliability with the Danielson evaluation instrument. We are currently developing systems to increase the effectiveness and efficiency of artifacts used for Domains 1 and Domains 4 of the Danielson evaluation instrument. We are excited to begin the process of developing a professional development training plan for all of our classified employees. We have obtained feedback from school administration previously on the Danielson implementation to support continuous improvement, and this year we will be adding teacher feedback. Finally, we were going to reintroduce the Higley Leadership Academy to provide leadership opportunities for new and aspiring leaders. This program has contributed to 18 current coordinators and above in Higley being previous members of the Higley Leadership Academy.
In addition to Indicator 2.2, we will also be focusing on Indicator 2.3. As a district, we want to ensure that our employees feel valued and supported through meaningful interactions and feedback. HUSD plans to research and propose a staff survey instrument to measure climate and culture on our HUSD campuses to help us identify areas of strength as well as opportunities for growth. In addition, we will continue to implement the Danielson evaluation instrument with an emphasis on providing focused feedback to teachers and other certified staff. Our benefits department will also continue to investigate ways to pass on potential benefit savings to employees whenever possible, while our human resource department continually reviews employee compensation to ensure we can attract and retain talented staff.
Our next area of focus is under Strategic Anchor 3, Communication and Community Relations. We are focusing on Indicator 3.2, enhancing marketing content for Higley Unified to effectively promote the district and attract prospective students, employees, and business and community partners. To achieve this, we have identified several areas where we plan to make significant progress this year. Firstly, we will be revamping all the school's marketing enrollment videos. Our aim is to create videos that are not only engaging, but also informative and visually appealing. Secondly, we recognize the importance of effective communication. To that end, we will be creating promotional materials for each school. These materials will effectively communicate the value and strengths of each campus, focusing on areas that make them stand out. By showcasing these aspects, we hope to generate interest and enthusiasm among potential students, parents, and employees. We are also excited to relaunch our annual district magazine. This publication will be digital and sent to all families within our district at the end of each school year. Through captivating articles and imagery, the magazine will provide a glimpse into the extraordinary happenings within our schools. It will celebrate a few of our accomplishments and share inspiring stories that exemplify the spirit of our vibrant educational community. Furthermore, we are committed to aligning our branding efforts district-wide to create a consistent and recognizable brand identity. In addition to these areas of focus, I would also like to note that our public relations team will continue to work on the initiatives set forth in the district's marketing plan, which sets the foundation of all our marketing efforts moving forward, including measuring our return on investment with current and future advertisements, increasing our brand awareness, and expanding our partnerships within our community.
Moving on to Strategic Anchor 4, Finance and Operations. The focus on 4.3 is to ensure district schools are safe, secure, well-maintained, and have the appropriate resources to ensure student success by refining and updating building and grounds preventative maintenance schedules, continually conducting regular safety inspections of buildings and grounds to identify and address potential hazards, implement visitor management system, utilize the standard response protocol for emergency management, including updates to security cameras and a refresh of our two-way radio communications.
President Schultz, if there are any questions or discussion points, we're here to do our best to answer.
President Schultz?
Ms. Reese?
I just wanted to kind of briefly touch on the Strategic Anchor 3. I like what we're doing in there, but I still feel that we're absent on reaching people who live in our district but don't have kids in our district. That, I mean, it's great we're relaunching the annual district magazine, but that was said it was going to be electronic and go to all of our families. It's not really, the initiative is to attract prospective students, employees, and business and community partners. If we're sending it to our families, we already have those students. So I like what's here, but I would like to see a little more focus how we're going to reach those in our district that live in our boundaries but aren't attending our schools.
Absolutely. We'll work on adding that because it is very important. We know there's a lot of competition around us, and sometimes we've just got to get the word out there faster.
Thank you, Mrs. Reese. I know that I've been vocal about our marketing as well and asking lots of questions, and I just think this is a huge focus, and hopefully that we're moving from here to here and reaching people so that we are, I know that enrollment is down across the state, and that we don't have the young kids, but we have great programs and we have amazing teachers, and highlighting those and showing those to prospective students would be amazing.
President Schultz. Ms. Richards, I was curious about the leadership assemblies, like what those would look like. Or if anybody...
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. The leadership assemblies, what would those look like?
What would the leadership assemblies look like? Well, there are a lot of leadership assemblies that go on across the district, and it depends on the campus, okay? So you go to Chaparral, you're gonna see Leader in Me, where the kids are being highlighted over and over. You go to Gateway, you're gonna see some leadership highlighted. If you've gone to a Williamsfield pep rally, my goodness, I see leadership all over the place in those. In terms of having kids come here, we want to highlight things that the greater community may not be seeing. So I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
Yeah, I was just going off the bullet point, increase site and district recognition such as leadership assemblies and student leadership team reports.
Yes.
So I was reading it as the leadership assemblies would stand separate from other assemblies, like it was something unique.
Well, what we want to do is bring kids in here more often so they can give us snapshots of what's going on.
Okay.
You know, we'll have pictures, but kids can communicate a lot in a very short amount of time. And sometimes I miss out on things if I don't get out there. You know what I'm saying? So I think maybe assemblies is the word that's confusing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And are we going to invite, expand this to sports and even EVIT students and to show the leadership in those programs that
Yes,
they don't
in
get
fact,
to see on campus as
we've
much?
already got a couple of things for July 19th to highlight that involve sports, athletics, leadership within working with Gilbert PD, with ROTC. So yeah, it's broad scope. Yes.
President Schultz, I have said before that I absolutely want our district to be desired by everybody in the community and even people outside of our community. We have to be able to treat the district as a business, right? If we provide a product that people want, that will make them bring their kids here, which is why I encourage us to ensure that our main focus is on academics. That's why parents bring their kids to school, is so that they can learn academics. So I know that our enrollment's down K through 6. We shut down a few classrooms, and also our online K through 6 has been shut down. And I mean, that's not something that we could, we could help. It's just part of what's happening, like you said, across the country. But again, I want to ensure that we're honest with the community, we're providing something that the community wants. And I know it's been mentioned that, people don't like emails, but I rather over-communicate than under-communicate, and make sure that families are getting information, no matter what the communication is, that we're notifying them and ensuring that people are seeing the message that we have to send out. So I also asked last time if we could possibly market on PBS, and I don't know if you guys had looked into that.
Board Member Van Hook. Teresa Joseph's not here this evening, and she's the one that I need to follow up with on that, and we can get that information to you for
All
sure.
right, thank you.
President Schultz?
Ms. Reese?
Sorry, one more question. On the focus on 2.3 for the researching and propose a staff survey instrument to measure the culture and climate, do we have a time frame that we're looking at?
We want to, I'm sorry, Board Member Reese, we wanted to use this school year to jump into that and do it correctly, because there are a lot of instruments that are not research-based or wouldn't meet our needs. And I know Ms. Johnson and her team, along with Ed Services, are very interested in this. We used to use a survey, I don't want to know, maybe 8, 9 years ago.
It's a while ago.
And as a principal, I found it very helpful in terms of what I could do to help my school, my community, and specifically my kids. So we've looked at a few things, but we don't want to just flip around and throw something out there and go, oh, we should have looked a little longer. So
I guess for my question, as a board, should we expect an instrument that you guys have researched and found, that you have the time to do the research, find the instrument, and have some feedback by the end of the school year? Or is it that we're taking the school year to kind of figure out an instrument? Should we expect that these surveys be completed by the end of the school year so we can have some feedback so we can start making adjustments?
So what I would love is to come back as a team and update you on where we are with this. I believe if we could find something, it would be possible to use it in the spring. But I also think it's important for HEA to be involved in this process too. We've got to have voices involved in this. We were going to start with a staff survey and then potentially expand it out. So, but I promise we'll keep you updated.
Thank you. Oops. I just want to clarify one thing. Ms. Van Hook, I said across the state that enrollment was down, not across the country. I just meant overall in Arizona. So I just wanted to clarify. With kids.
Thank you for the question about that, Ms. Reese. If I could put in any input, being a staff member that's taking some of the surveys in this district, if you could stay away from the somewhat likely, kind of likely, maybe likely.
Sure.
We could stay away from that wording, because we would use that. We would slow down. When we would look at the data as teachers to see how we performed or what we thought, it's very subjective.
Very.
You know, if we could find a better system of what staff and other people really want. Okay, but I also want to go back to my statement. I left out a group. I would, when you bring back your leadership, I would love to, we get a lot of band, but let's band, sports, I would love to see clubs in here.
Yeah.
Because there's these small groups of students that just don't make it to other recognitions or really even get seen. I had kids hiding in my room. They were there before school, they were there at lunch, and they were there after school. And I don't think and they ran across their classes and came back to my room. It was a solid group, and probably nobody knew they existed.
Yeah.
But they were great kids, and they had leadership moments. And if we could grab those as well, not just the robotics, not just the common ones, all of them. Let's see these kids, and let's let them know that they have been seen as having these leadership skills. My husband, as we talk about work all the time, he's constantly upset with the fact that nobody wants to be a leader, it seems like. Nobody wants to step up. And I wonder just how many people have missed being told that they have those qualities. What you did was a leadership quality. What you did was above and beyond expectations. So I'd just love to see a lot of
So, Vice President Anderson, I think you'll be pleased. At the rally, we're going to show the Portrait of the Graduate Challenge, where each of the schools put forth a representation of the Portrait of the Graduate. And they didn't just go grab student council kids or kids that are always up front, which I think is very important, because everybody can be a leader. They just not be the leader on the sports team or in the band room or whatever. So I so respect that, and our team does too.
Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. I agree with that, and I appreciate that, and I hope that it happens.
President Schultz.
Ms. Van Hook?
For Focus 2.2, professional development, I would like to meet with Mr. Walker just to be able to see what that professional development looks like. But I'm curious to know if staff has the option to opt out of anything that might go against their religious beliefs or whatever. Is that option available for staff?
So, Board Member Van Hook, I believe we honor that with students, so we can honor that with staffs. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not aware of a situation like that, And I'm not going to say it's never happened, but the purpose of staff development is to help people grow and learn. And when you talk about academics, a lot of our professional development is centered on our standards, our instructional maps, our data, continuous improvement. So to answer your question, yes, if somebody has a huge, I don't know,
I don't know what would, I mean, I've seen what's in other districts.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to being able to see what ours looks like, but based on what I've seen in other districts, which is why I ask.
So I believe we shared like professional development schedules with you.
I did.
And I think that it's important to understand, like, we start out with our administrators. And for example, at admin retreat, we're going to work on building a data culture, SPED expectations, threat assessments, PR, marketing, like we're talking about, standard response protocol, and I can go on. But we need to start with our admin, and then it goes out to our teachers. But I think it's so important that we're in tune with our kids and our educators, and what do we need to do? Okay, data will speak a lot, whether it's state assessment data, but more importantly, common formative data. So a lot of these things get scheduled, and we focus on areas like, for Danielson, we're going to work on inter-rater reliability. So if you and Christina and I go in a classroom, we can observe and be consistent about what are we looking for, what kind of feedback would we give, and also get feedback from the teachers. So we're learning and we're growing together, but it starts with us and our admin team, and then our amazing teachers. So I guess I wanted to frame that a little bit, because sometimes you get in the middle of something and you go, our need is this. We thought it was this, but it's over here now. So it modifies and it adjusts. However, we do have goals and we do have a vision in terms of engagement, for example. Student engagement's always a huge thing. What are the best instructional practices that we can share with each other to keep our kids engaged? So, and we would love to meet with you and anybody else.
Thank you. One more question. Focus 3.2, not 3.2, 2.3. Employees feel valued and supported. Do we have a process to where staff can submit a survey or something in a confidential way to where they can express something without the fear of retaliation?
So, Board Member Van Hook, within the district, there's like a compliment page, and I believe it's still there, where you can submit concerns. But then also on campuses, a lot of campuses have systems where feedback can be submitted in a confidential manner, because sometimes I want my administrator to know something, but I'm more comfortable doing it anonymously. So, and the great thing about our administrators is I believe they receive feedback and then work to improve or address it.
And so there's a paper form and an electronic form.
So the district thing is electronic, and I would have to find out what each school does or what system they have. One of the things that happens is we have HEA reps at each campus, and they play a vital role sometimes in reaching out to administrators to say, hey, your teachers are really happy about this, or your teachers are not happy about this. I mean, that was one of the beauties of being a principal, is getting feedback, right? So.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Richards, did we not have a phone number before?
I'm
I thought
sorry.
Wasn't there a phone number before, or no?
Where you can call and
yeah.
voice concerns.
Yes.
Mr. Walker's going to answer that.
Am I remembering incorrectly? I thought that there was a safe, oh, it's the SAFE hotline that I'm
Safe
thinking of.
hotline is,
Okay.
you know, I think this question is more geared toward
Sorry,
human
yes.
resources type of inquiries. The Safe hotline is really designated for, in its origination is for student reporting. With that being said, anybody can utilize it, and occasionally they do. It's not really utilized as a whole as often as you would think, but it does have the ability to submit anonymously a form, as well as there's a number that you can call into and leave a voicemail. It would disclose the phone number that you call from, so it's not completely anonymous. And then you can also email to the SAFE hotline, and again, it would display the email address. But the form you submit can be completely anonymous, and there's no way to track that. So that does exist, but it's more geared for campus reporting, for bullying, or safety and issues like that. But it's posted throughout the district, even to transportation and places where there's not students. So it's welcome for all to be able to utilize it if need be.
Perfect. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you.
And that's a number directly for Higley?
It is a Higley number, correct.
Internal, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Is this regarding, or is this related to the policy JII? We have the student concerns, complaints, and grievances, and then it has policy stating about students may present a complaint, and the guidelines are followed such that, and there's language, I mean, would that fall under, because it says that to be displayed in school buildings and in student handbooks, so the grievance policy should, because it covers, right, but we also have staff grievances also. So GBK-R as well falls under that. But either way, we still have policy that should cover the, and maybe we need to revisit our policy on the processes that are in there, because it is a very lengthy policy for this. But at least there's something in there, and maybe we should look at it and maybe narrow it down to direct communication and what's actually considered covered by this policy.
President Schultz, I just want to clarify too with Mrs. Van Hook's information on or questions on professional development. The nice part about some of the stuff that we do is that our professional development is created by us. So we don't use a certain company. There may be a certain topic that we might do a little seminar through a company or something on, but a lot of our professional development is done in-house, like Ms. Richards said, because we can move and change, and when we thought it was over here, all of a sudden we have this issue. So that's the nice part with our professional development, is that a lot of it's created in-house, so.
Any other questions? Perfect. Thank you very much. Moving on to 8.2, amendments to policy GCCA, professional and support staff general leave.
President Schultz, members of the board, I have the pleasure of presenting this policy amendment. If you look at this policy, I'll back up a little bit. So I do sit on, represent the district on behalf of the Meet and Confer team. And so this policy has been a top of conversation throughout the school year. And so the changes that are recommended here are a culmination of conversations that have taken place in Meet and Confer, as well as conversations that you've heard throughout this fiscal year in terms of how can we encourage staff to not use their time, how can we encourage staff to provide additional benefits in different ways where we can't do it monetarily. And we feel like this recommendation in terms of changes covers kind of both of those topics. And only time will tell if the board chooses to adopt this policy and how this will play out, but we would certainly monitor that going forward into next year. So talking through some of the red line changes, if you can scroll down a little bit right here. So some of the things in here, we cleaned up a little bit of the language that referenced the blackout calendar, and that was provided to the board in the questions. If you scroll down a little more, clarifying some of the hours. So there was inconsistency between classified and certified hours. So 150 days is actually 1,200 hours. And so we felt it was fair to provide the same amount of hours to both employee groups in terms of accumulated, the maximum accumulation of general leave. So that's clarified there. If we scroll down a little more, the biggest changes are moving the current payout schedule to a regulation. And if the person running the computer can please pull up the regulation, that is where the majority of the changes take place. Should be another attachment. Yep. So the regulation, by moving this to a regulation, we feel after a fiscal year, we can have some concrete data in terms of how this is playing out, and we can make changes on the fly to either push this one way or the other, and also move the needle in terms of what other districts are doing. But the biggest changes are moving this general leave payout down from current policy states 8 years down to 5, and increasing the percentages weighted heavier on the more leave you have accumulated. Again, trying to emphasize to staff that there is an incentive for using general leave on an as-needed basis. And if you do accumulate excess leave at the time in which you do resign or transfer from the district, there is an incentive to having that accumulated leave. And so, Ms. Johnson, we talked about ESI numbers and how we've seen an increase in basically teachers using leave. And granted, there is that they do have that right. But we're hoping some of this maybe incentivizes teachers to think twice about using leave. But also, again, those teachers who do come to school every day and are present are rewarded with a higher incentivized leave payout. So that is what is being recommended. I guess I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Whenever you took out the substitute pay as being the amount that they pay for it and changed it to the paid at, oh no, never mind. I'm looking at administration pay, so that voids that question. My next one is usually what percent of certified staff would you guess, or do you think actually hit the 150 for the hours?
What percentage?
Yeah, is it a high, I mean, could you say like it's a pretty significant amount or not very many? Actually?
That have accumulated the maximum 1,200 hours.
I'm thinking certified right now.
Do you have an idea, Ms.
I do not have that information. We could provide that to you of percentage.
It is not the majority.
I didn't think so.
No.
Okay. And then follow up with, and maybe something to get back to us as well, is what percentage of staff are approximately actually been eligible for the past 8 years? When we had it set at 8 years, we're actually eligible for that payout. Was it? I imagine it wasn't that many as well. Yeah. Okay.
I can look at that, but I can tell you the average teacher, I did a little bit of information on that. Average teacher longevity and like how long they stay within the district was averaging about 7 years. That has substantially gone down over the course of the last couple of years. And so, again, trying to provide an incentive for those new teachers. Maybe they see 5 years as a little closer target than 8, and trying to maintain a stable classroom by having a teacher come back and return. So A lot of those were conversations and meet and confer.
Okay. And since the blackout calendar is on here, we were on the policy and we were given the blackout calendar, I'm assuming the black boxes are the blackout days. So we have whole months.
That is correct.
Okay, why?
Those dates were negotiated with HEA through meet and confer as either testing times or peak times where teachers are needed in the classroom. So those are the dates that are blacked out.
Okay. No, we've got November, April, and of course May's part. I mean, we miss a week or two, and then July. But I noticed that the blackout days around the breaks have been removed. Like you don't do 3 days, 2 or 3 days before a break. That used to be the common language. Those are blackout days. You can't take those days off and have an extra break, extra long break. I'm just saying the black boxes aren't there, so I assume there's no blackout days around.
That is correct.
Okay. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Schultz.
Ms. Van Hook.
Can teachers use sick time they only have to use sick time just for sick time, or can they use sick time for anything else?
So general leave can be used for things that need to be taken care of during the business day that cannot be taken care of after. It is for sick time, and that's, again, we go back to Prop 206, where everyone is allotted sick time per year. Those days can be used for personal reasons as well.
I spoke to several teachers to get their opinion on blackout days, and the consensus was that they don't like blackout days. I feel like if a teacher is abusing the time off, that they should be handled on an individual basis versus telling them that they can't. I mean, what if they're sick? Like, you know, what do they do at that point? They have to be off. We don't want teachers coming in sick if they don't feel good.
Board
Stay
Member
home.
Van Hook, that is exactly, blackout days are the suggested days that they not be away from the classroom. Obviously, if somebody is ill, they are allowed to use the general leave for sick time, absolutely.
I just feel like if they're given the time, that they should be able to use it if they need to use it. And as far as responsibility for finding coverage, is it up to the teacher to find coverage if they're out?
So the way that it works is that they put in the sub-request through ESI, and currently our fill rates are 90+%. So they will be granted a sub through that process. Obviously, the sooner they know that they're going to be out, the more likely that would be filled. So they are responsible for putting the request in, yes.
Okay, thank you.
President Schultz.
This way.
So, Mr. Moore and Ms. Johnson, I'm gonna do the best I can to remove the fact that, I mean, I know what it feels like to be a teacher. And in general, taking days off is often more miserable than it's worth, because the amount of prep work that I have to do is gargantuan. And then, yes, I have to make up for the fact that I wasn't here and what I wrote down so clearly was not followed through with. I guess what I'm struggling with, and I'm trying to grasp it from an administrative perspective, is A, we're human. I struggle with the idea that you can't use the days when you need them. If we're at over 90% fill rate, what is the point of blocking out April or November or some of these other days sometimes I struggle with? Because, yeah, no, April's a hard month, I get it, for teachers and everything else. I recognize and understand the importance of doing that for state testing, right? Because you need a certified teacher in order to legally perform these tests, those kinds of things. That makes sense to me. It does. But when we cap how many hours we're gonna give you, we make it, just by nature of the job, really hard to take time off in the first place. And then we're telling you, but you also can't decide like an adult when those things work best for your schedule, I struggle with. So what I'm asking is, what necessitates making entire months? And I get that those are high volumes, I get and respect, and am happy that HEA was part of this conversation, I do. I'm trying to understand how we tell prospective teachers, or teachers we hope to keep here, how we value you and why you matter, if A, we're already losing some of those funds that we don't get to do, which already makes what we promised you a little bit harder now. We're trying to do the best we can for salary, all these things, benefits, which is still hard because we have a smaller group. I'm trying to understand, where is the benefit financially, or what is the driving force behind entire months of time?
Can I ask Ms. June Blaine, the president of HEA, to maybe come up and speak on behalf of the
That'd be great.
teachers? I mean,
Go ahead.
yeah.
And while she's doing that, Mrs. Wade, so I've worked in several industries, and there's blackout dates surrounding that. Whether TV, then it's a ratings period. You can't take a whole month of November off. You can't take the whole month. There's a ton of blackout dates in news, and a variety. And in here it says sickness, bereavement, special circumstances, prior approval is all fine. It's just during the testing periods, the end of the year and the beginning of the school year, which as a parent, I would also want my kid's teacher in school during that time. So coming from a administrator or a business aspect and a parent, then unless it's sickness or one of those special circumstances, then I think we need to have blackouts so that we can ensure that teachers are there for the end of school and beginning of school and important times, testing.
President Schultz, governing board members, blackout calendar is not new. It's been around for a long time. If you go back and look historically, it used to look a lot more restrictive. A couple years ago, we tried to be very open with it, to not have a lot of blackout days. What you see now is kind of the compromise between what it was 5-6 years ago and what it was when it was just kind of open. We've talked about that responsibility being on the sites to address those issues. We've also been very clear in the message that we send to employees that if it's a blackout day and you're sick, right, something's come up, you need to have that time off. It's the site's decision. And I think 99% of the time, your site administrator is going to work with you, and it doesn't become an issue. So I don't know if that helps.
No, I mean, I appreciate it, and President Schultz, I keep doing that. Sorry for demoting you. I appreciate that. I guess where I'm struggling is if we tell teachers who we hope to stay, and we recognize that things change and stuff happens, right? And then we see an increased desire to take certain days off, right? By blacking out entire months sometimes, we make then this problem happen in March, where we saw how many coverages and those types of things that we had to do. So I guess my question is just to offset, and I recognize illness and those types of things. I do, and I think at the start of the year, the start of the quarter, end of quarter, finals, all of that, I get it. It makes sense to me. I guess where I'm struggling is we tell you, these are your hours, you've earned them, up to a certain point, and then we won't pay you. Or we'll only pay you a percentage of that. But then also you can't take certain days in general. And I guess my question would be, and it would be beneficial as we progress, because I don't have a solution at the present moment, and I recognize that compromise means both sides are unhappy, which means we've at least landed where we should. I just think it's beneficial as we move forward for this year. Then what happens come March when we have all these other days, and all we're doing is just shifting this problem to something else potentially. And I think it would be proactive of us to keep that in mind as we progress, when we reevaluate what it is that we're doing, to at least express to our staff or prospective staff or staff we hope to retain that you matter. You being a human person who is a functioning adult also gets to matter, you know, beyond the 150 hours that we'll give you at a percentage, essentially. So thank you.
Governing Board Member Wade, that was part of the conversation that we had in Meet and Confer was how do we not have this shift to March? And so that was why we evaluated what the payout plan was and how we could improve it in hopes of March not becoming a problem. But I understand your point on that. It was discussed.
President Schultz? Ms. Dreesen? And these are just questions, so it's like no disrespect here. I've just got to ask. So, Mr. Moore, you were talking about the purpose of shifting the time from 8 years to 5 years. I'm trying to process in my mind how that's encouraging people to stay past 5 years. You already said our length of tenure in our district is going down, and if we're lowering that time frame, how is that encouraging anyone to stay past 5?
President Schultz, Member Reese, I think it's a trade-off, right? If you get 5 years with limited absences, yeah, like, well, we'll take that one versus 5 years and they're never here. You know, I think there's a lot that we talked about that went into this, and like there was no perfect solution, like Ms. Stream-Blaine mentioned, but that was one that we I think came to conversation was like, okay, if they're going to be here 5 years, we'll take 5 years and all 5 years in the classroom, 100% attendance. That was some of the areas where we talked about being compromised. I mean, it's not perfect, but.
And I hear what you're saying, but then we're still paying them for that time when they leave after 5 years instead of having them for 6 or 7 years. I'm just trying to understand, and I get where you were talking about, the compromise. And I'm not saying holding things hostage makes people stay longer. That's not my purpose. I'm just saying if we're noticing that people are leaving year 6 and year 7, and so they're not being paid out, but they're taking their time, yes, we're paying for a sub, but if we're paying them out their time, that's still costing the district money too. I mean, either way, and then to me, this says, hey, you're good to leave after year 5. And so to me, I just view changing the amount of time, and again, I'm not saying holding it hostage is like, hey, you have to be here at least 8 years. But I do know also that sometimes within research that if you're somewhere at least 8 years, the likelihood of you leaving after that is less than 5 years. You're more likely to go somewhere after, if you've only been there 5 years, then if you've made it 8, you're probably going to stay a little longer. Your dedication, your loyalty, things like that, you're there. And again, I'm just asking these questions because I'm trying to process in my mind by all we're doing is lowering our bar to 5 years and saying it's okay that you can go after 5 years and we'll pay you, and I get that, that's important. But either way, whether they're here with no absences for the 5 years or they stay 5 years and then leave, either way it's costing us the same amount of money, and we have an issue with teachers and people leaving after 5 years versus 6 or 7. If that's what you've noticed the trend. So I'd rather address why are people leaving than trying to reduce when they would get their payout. I think that to me that's more of an important topic of why are people leaving that we're seeing it leaving earlier. And so by reducing it to 5 is we're just saying that's okay. So, and retention's important because I think, I don't know how long ago, when we implemented the retention stipends and bonuses, because at one point in time, we kind of considered ourselves like a training district. We had fresh teachers coming out of college. We would have them for 3 or 4 years. They would get their time, they would get their training, and then they could market themselves somewhere else because now they had years of experience. And so we were noticing that 3 to 5 year time frame is where we were losing a lot of our teachers because then they could go market themselves as experience at that point. So I hear what you're saying, but in my mind, that explanation is, to me, is just saying it's okay because we're noticing they're leaving at year 6, so now we want to pay them out. And I'm not trying to say that's bad. I'm just saying we need to look at why they're leaving, and if that's the right thing to do. My other question, things that kind of have gone through my mind, I have multiple thoughts on the blackout calendar. I hear you, Mrs. Wade, and I know it's frustrating. And thank you for compromising. You guys said it was more open, and you guys even noticed, like, hey, this isn't working out so well. We need to kind of rein it in. I also hear from teachers, too. They have relationships with their site admins. Most of the time, if they have a request of time off and it's during a blackout time, it is going to fall under that special circumstance. Essentially, what I have heard from teachers is that almost no one gets denied even during a blackout time. And so my question, actually, I think it was last year we had a huge issue at one of our schools that we had a lot of teachers out. Again, kind of like what you guys noticed in March. Like, we had one school who, there was a lot of people out, and lo and behold, they were blackout days. And come to find out, administration had approved a lot of these days as special circumstances. So my question a year ago to Dr. Foley was, well, then what's the point of calling it a blackout day? So I get when they're sick and things like that. So I kind of go back and forth on that blackout calendar. If we're making all these exceptions, then is there a purpose to it? I hope in Meet and Confer you guys continue to talk about that. And you're also assuming everyone thinks the way you do and going, okay, I'm an adult, I know it's testing, I know my job requires me to be there, I'm going to be there unless I'm dying or someone else is. Not everybody also thinks that same way. So sometimes we need to have that little visual of, yeah, it's important you're in your classroom because it's testing and people are like, oh, I guess I need to be there. And a reminder of try and schedule our appointments at other times. You know, I get it, it's hard. The one other thing I wanted to address, and for the support staff, where we talk about changing it to the 1,200 from 800, I'm not sure, and maybe Ms. Wayne, you would remember, I think it was just 2 years ago we reduced it. It wasn't that long. It was like 2 or 3 years we reduced it for the simple purpose of we were talking about trying to create, and this is that limit, I get it, that work-life balance, like hoping that if you're not accruing any more hours, take them. You know, so I remember having this conversation, and I want to say it was 2 or 3 years ago, that we did actually reduce them to try and create, you know, that work-life balance. Like, here, please, take your time. You have it, take it. Because, I mean, in all actuality, for 1,200 hours for a full-time staff member, that's 30 weeks. I can tell you nowhere in the corporate world will you get 30 weeks off or paid. So, I mean, that's 30 weeks of time. The teacher at 150 days, that's almost an entire school year. So I know for the hours we did, for the support staff, I know she's looking at me like I don't remember. I know at one point we reduced them hoping that it would try and encourage people to take them and not carry them. But I can't tell you when that was. So that's just my concern, is that more people, we all look to retirement, we all look to that day that, you know, I'm not gonna go to work anymore. And maybe for some that factors in, but we want them to use their time. And when they need it, and when like Ms. Van Hook said, we are still a business, we do still have a product. When it makes sense for our sites too, it needs to make sense, but we need to encourage people to take their time, and that's why they get it. So those are just the questions and thoughts in my mind.
President Schultz, Member Reese, so these are some of the same conversations that we had all year long regarding this. And these are constant topics that we revisit. We look at data. Ms. Blaine mentioned that we change blackout calendars. We change different metrics in this to try to address different trends. And it's a moving target. There is no perfect solution, but I do want to make a comment though. This was last adopted in 2017, this policy, so a little longer than 2 years, but I'm just, and then to accumulate 1,200 hours, that would take 10 years of perfect attendance. So that is not the norm that you would have somebody 10 years perfect attendance to accumulate that 1,200 hours. So it does take some time for somebody to accumulate that. Like I said, that is not the majority of our staff are hitting that limit. But what we wanted to do there was basically honor those staff that have been here 16 plus years, who've had good attendance, who have done work. But at the same time, yes, encourage them to take their time, use it. And there are very few staff that are at that max.
Well, and that's my other thought too, is, I mean, that from a policy, it can be there, but how much are we hitting it and things like that? Because obviously there is a financial impact there too. And so answering Mrs. Anderson's question that we have, you know, a small percentage of people meeting that 150 days, a small percentage of people would meet the 800 that would go to the 1,200. I mean, that's important to understand too.
President Schultz and Board Member Reese and also Mr. Moore, I guess where I'm at from a teacher perspective is I don't believe anybody's leaving this district because of blackout days or because we aren't paying out past 150 hours. What I'm saying is I think adopting policies creates some of those messages, and ultimately, by and large, outside of people leaving the profession in general, which clearly happens, a lot of reason teachers leave before that time frame is because the subjects they want to teach. So I get better and now I want to teach AP, and that's not offered here because the person who's there is there and they're going to write it out until that time, and I want to go someplace where I enjoy my day better, or I want to teach something different because I want to get a challenge or those types of things. And so I guess where I'm at is I agree with all of the statements that are made, and that what we have to address is why people are leaving their profession in general, but more importantly, why are they choosing to leave Higley and at what time frame? Some of these reasons have absolutely nothing to do with blackout days and everything else. I guess my perspective of it is what message are we sending? Because when people decide to leave, I guarantee you it's because it has nothing to do with you didn't give me that day in April, right? Like it is because I wanted to teach other things, or you told me I was teaching a grade I said I didn't want to do anymore, those types of things. And the ultimate answer that happens so often to teachers is if you don't do it, nobody will, the kids will suffer. So essentially we keep teachers beholden to some of these things out of emotional guilt that somehow the world will end if we choose not to do it, and we can only rock that life so long before they leave. And they'll leave to someplace else because you can hopefully start it over on a new track. And I think maybe where we had some of those teacher surveys and those types of things can be where we really address, because ultimately the blackout days, the 150 hours, which is a gargantuan amount of time, isn't what's really important in the grand scheme of things. So, I mean, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? I just wanted to say that, I wanted to add about the blackout dates, and if it is there, then there should be parameters. Otherwise, if we see the giant sub leave in May, then what is the point of it? And so I'll look for that next year. Again, to make sure that, you know, if, like you said, 99%, then the policy is useless. Mrs. Anderson?
I see a bonus Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss where you stated our average years? Did you say 6 or is 6 just thrown out there?
So up until the last couple of years, it was averaging around 7.5, 8.
7.5.
Yeah. More recently, it's dropping. Depending on how many years you pull back, like it just depends on the numbers you pull and how far back you pull. But more recently, it's been dropping in terms of teachers or even employees in general that have stayed within the district for a certain number of years. That is reducing. So
when you say 7.5, 8 years, that's like a current, or you said you pulled like years of data?
that's a historical trend for the last decade. Okay. So
Yeah, I imagine.
there's a lot of different things that happened in the last decade. So.
Okay. I see one thing we didn't touch on, or maybe we did because I was looking up something else, but it also helps to decrease if teachers, let's say our number was 4 years, like that's our average. Say we hit 4 or 5 years. And it was set at 8, what we're dealing with are and I've mentioned this before, the teachers burning their hours. And this is where it hits a lot of already peaked to their level of exhaustion and things where they're taking on covering other classes or taking on the uncovered things. So I see that as something that should help if we lower the years. I'm not saying it will resolve, and it may not do anything, but I thought that would be a benefit to decreasing the years. What does it take to proctor state tests? What requirements does an individual have to proctor a test? We're acting like we need these teachers, but if we were to train substitutes or have that built into their program, then it wouldn't be so stressful.
So we have Mr. Berkshire in here, Vice President Anderson, so it's a perfect question for him.
Depends on the level of the test. At the high school level, ACT is very particular about who can proctor those tests, but in general, they have to be an employee of the district, which means if we're contracting with the ESI, they aren't considered to be an employee of the district, which means we couldn't use a sub to proctor any of our state assessments. We do use paras. Principals work very closely with their staff to develop their schedules around testing. Now that testing is computer-based, they do have a little bit more flexibility in that schedule, as we learned this past spring. But when teachers are not there, it does create conflict in terms of their schedule and when kids are supposed to be testing. This past year, we had ADE come out to monitor our testing, and if our schedules didn't match what they were expecting to see, then they didn't get to see what they wanted to see, and they weren't happy with us when that happened.
Okay, so the ACT requires staff, and then the other testing, AP, of course, you'd want your teacher there for your AP tests and then we have our state, like our AZ Sci, AZ this and that. Those don't have to be state or district employees, do they?
All state testing has to be an employee of the district. AP, ACT, SAT, they have different rules because they aren't state administered. They are administered by the companies. Related to ACT specifically, if I can remember, for example, we can't have an athletic coach proctoring an ACT test because ACT is also related to NCAA eligibility. So they're more restrictive at the high school level than they are at the 3rd through 8th grade level, but the rule of thumb is they have to be an employee of the district.
Okay. So if we went back to having some employed substitute teachers outside of, just putting it out there. So November, what are all the tests in November that we're giving that's blacking out the whole month?
Vice President Anderson, I'm sorry. I don't know if it's where I'm sitting, but I can't hear you.
What tests are we giving in November where the whole month is blocked out?
That's not related to testing per se. Can you speak to why November is blacked out with?
I think
Miss June
Tina
Blaine?
or June.
Governing board members, multitasking parent. It was based off the number of absences. It was just kind of an outrageous number. When we broke it down by month, that stood out almost double to some of those other months. And so that was the focus on that one.
Yeah, so
appreciate that.
they hold on to the time and then take it more towards the end of the year, which is, I mean, pretty common with most jobs. Right. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Thank you, Mr. Moore. Moving on to action items. 9.1. I move that the governing board approve the agreement discussed during executive session. Questions, comments, concerns? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. At this time, with that vote, the governing board has appointed Mrs. Sherry Richards as the interim superintendent. We appreciate her very much, her commitment to the students and the district and our teachers and stepping forward at this time. We are confident in you and that you will be, we appreciate you during this transition. Also with that, the governing board will be seeking an outside agency to conduct a comprehensive search for our superintendent over the next year. Thank you very much, Mrs. Richards.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you, board.
Moving on to 9.2, I move that we approve the adoption of the fiscal year 2023-2024 proposed expenditure budget. Questions, comments, concerns?
Yes. Let's see. So we have a carryover of 23 million in M&O and 7 million in capital for next year. And based on the last meeting, with the amount of carryover that we have, I believe that the tax levy wasn't necessary. Yes, I know that per statute, we can do that, but that doesn't mean we should tax the community without their approval. That's all.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1. 9.2, I approve the I motion that we approve the governing board initiatives for 2023-2024 school year.
Seconded.
Questions, comments, concerns?
President Schultz.
Mrs. Van Hook.
Mr., who am I speaking to on this? Board initiatives. Are you addressing 9.3, Ms. Richards? Sorry, I just got to read this real quick. So with the vote to approve the initiatives, that's just approving the initiatives and not necessarily professional development or the tool. That this is just the steps that we are going to do to meet the goals, correct?
So that's correct. We were asking consideration on these specific focus areas we've listed. In addition, we've listed action steps that we believe will address this appropriately. I do believe we need to add something to 3.2 about further community marketing beyond our own students, like we discussed. I believe, too, that we're happy to review what we have for PD with anyone. It's not, to answer your question, it's not that we're providing you a list of PD opportunities to approve. We're telling you where we believe we need to put our energy, but it goes beyond that, you know? I mean, I think our coaches, our district coaches have worked hard. A bunch of the teachers that have been here this evening provide professional development for each other as well. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but we're seeking approval for these focus areas, for board initiatives. And yes, we'd like for you guys to approve these action steps with the understanding we may need to add things, adjust things, but we want to come back and report all along the way.
During our information, I think we asked a ton of good questions and gave good feedback, and so hopefully that they can come back and give us updates and we can.
Yes. And I like the idea of perhaps many little updates on these action steps and indicators without it being, oh, we did all of this, because we're not going to do it all at once. We're going to be doing it all year long.
More of a progress report.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think it's good to not have something set in stone and be able to change it, and as we do things, if it's not working, to be able to tweak it as we go. Thank you.
We agree.
Well, and just clarification, the board initiatives are, it's kind of like the lead for the district, so everyone knows, and that's why it's important we get on this tonight, because I mean, school starts next month. And so between, like Ms. Richards said, they start with administration, so it goes all the way down the sites, and so it's important that everyone knows what the focus is for this year and everyone's part in it. And just clarification that typically we don't approve PD. So this is just saying that that's a tool that they're going to use to meet this initiative. So.
Okay, I believe all those in favor of approving the governing board initiatives for 2023-2024 school year.
Aye.
Right. Motion passes 5-0. 9.4, approval of RFP 23-0628, apparel, screen printing, and embroidery. I make a motion. What? Okay. I motion that we approve RFP 23-0628, apparel, screen printing, and embroidery.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm sorry, I did. Okay, does anyone have questions? I did. I'm sorry, Mrs. Reese.
No, I was just going to ask with this RFP, because there's several vendors, does each of our locations, do they have to go through these vendors? So any of our clubs, anyone who's getting district money, our schools, now are they required, because we haven't done like a screen printing one before, so are they going to be required to go through only these vendors for the schools if they're getting their t-shirts or whatever?
Yeah, President Schultz, Member Reese, this RFP actually replaces the previous RFP that just expired. We had a 5-year.
We did?
We did. I can provide that to you if you'd
Are you
like.
going to say that was 2017 as well? Because now I'm going to...
2019, but...
Okay. I was going to be like, where was I?
The reason we do this, just a little context, is because there's several purchasing requirements that government agencies have, and specifically in terms of conflict of interest. And so everybody knows a mom and pop shop that does screen printing. And so to avoid a conflict of interest in having a designated list of vendors, because we don't want employees going to their mom and pop shop, we also don't want 50 t-shirt vendors in the district that we have to manage. If an employee were to go to their friend and purchase stuff from them and they didn't disclose it on their conflict of interest form that we require, we are in violation of procurement laws. And so we do this formal bid for that purpose. And so we solicit T-shirt vendors through a formal procurement process. In the event that somebody does know one of these T-shirt vendors, if they go through this process, they have now basically eliminated that issue of conflicts of interest because they've gone through a formal bidding process. So these 16 vendors were awarded based off the evaluation team's criteria. Each one was scored. And then, so yes, all district funds, including club, tax credit student club, which are 90% of the expenditures for T-shirts, must use these 16 vendors.
Can we make sure that gets out there? Because I can just tell you, I know clubs that know people who do their own thing, and, you know, and who knows, maybe schools do as well. And so if we can make sure that information gets out there and as to why we need to use these vendors.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
President Schultz, Mr. Moore. Working in procurement, we always had a preferred vendor list, but it comes with like a discount. Does that same apply here with these companies? Was there any type of agreement that if we made them part of our preferred vendor list that they would provide any type of discount to us?
We asked that they provide a standard pricing list. Obviously, vendors, when going through a formal procurement process, they have to present the price list that they would honor for the length of the procurement bid. So in that sense, there is no discount, but we do know pricing for the length of the bid. So.
Mrs. Reese, thank you for that question. I didn't realize this was replacing an RFP either. I thought it was to standardize across the board to, like you said, everyone knows a mom and pop shop, so thank you. We all approved that, so we're moving on to 9.5. I move that we approve policy GCCA, professional support staff general leave. Questions, comments, concerns? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. All those opposed?
I didn't say aye, but I meant aye.
Oh, okay. Motion passes 5-0. 9.6, ratify. I move that we ratify payroll and expense vouchers as presented. Questions, comments, concerns? Mrs. Van Hook?
There's an expense there for my daughter.
You'd like to recuse yourself from this vote?
Not from the entire vote, just from that one expense. That's why I asked how we would do that.
You can't pull, you just have to abstain from the.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's yeah.
Well, several vouchers, so that one specific voucher should have been pulled out instead of the entire thing. But we'll know better for next time. That's fine.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. And then 4 with 1 abstaining. Okay. 9.7, I move that we approve the meal price increase for fiscal year 2024. That was you, Ms. Reese, right? Questions, comments, concerns?
President Schultz?
Yes.
If there's a surplus paid back to SFA from, I think that all the numbers are wrong, but why is there an increase of the 10 cents and 70 cents when we have a surplus? Can you explain that, please?
President Schultz, Member Van Hook, this is not on this agenda item. This
Am I
agenda
mixing
item
up my numbers?
is asking for Higley Unified School District's meal price
For us to increase the price.
required by ADE. We have to evaluate our meal prices that we charge to our students, and this is a recommendation to increase our breakfast based on the calculation from ADE and our lunch. And those meal prices, that is what this agenda
I think
item.
I'm mixing it up with 9.8. Sorry. Hard to track when all the numbers change once we move stuff off the consent agenda. Never mind, thank you.
This is the 10% increase to meal prices for the district. I'm sorry, did I say $10? 10%. Oh, 10 cents, excuse me. 10-cent increase to meal prices. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries, motion passes 5-0. Now I got lost where I was. 9.8. I move that we authorize the expenditure of the Food Service Management Company, FSMC, Compass Group. Questions, comments, concerns? Mrs. Van Hook? Was this the one you had a question about?
So does my question apply to this one as far as the surplus?
Yeah, President Schultz, Member Hook, it does, so I'll be happy to answer that. So the prices you see on this agreement with the Food Service Management Company, Chartwell's, these are meal equivalent prices in which Chartwell's, as you know, we are contracted, we contract our labor to Chartwell's or Compass Group per the RFP agreement. They charge us a meal equivalent price. That's how they get paid. And that's why those prices differ from what we charge our students. These prices are not charged to our students. This is the fees that Chartwell's charges the district for using their services to provide contracted labor services for Higley Unified School District. So, and then to touch on the surplus, that surplus is a guarantee that they are estimating in this basically they're estimating per meal counts. And so they are obligated to meet that guarantee. And then I think you had a question that was answered in the board comments that if they don't meet that guarantee, what are the repercussions? They do have language in here that in the event that they don't raise enough money, they shall still reimburse the district up to $50,000. So they will take a loss for basically not estimating appropriately. We do have that in there. But as there's another board agenda item which I can talk to later, which this is typically a conservative estimate, and we often come back to the board with actual numbers, typically increasing this, which also increases our guarantees. So I hope that.
Yes, thank you. And there's no negotiating power over these prices. They're just set. That's what they tell us, and that's what we have to use.
So we go through a process, much like the T-shirt. We go through a bidding process. Chartwell's was awarded a bid. This is year 5 of 5. And we do go through a process of meeting. They are here on site. Mr. Corey Hansen, the manager for Compass Group in our Higley district. We have conversations and where are reimbursement rates with the federal reimbursement rates? Where is inflation? How is food costs involved in this? And so that is a conversation we have annually. And in terms of working through this agreement, the only obligation the district has is we have the obligation to say, yes, we want to renew it another year with Chartwell's up to 5 years, or no, we want to go back out to bid. And so we're recommending that we renew with Chartwell's for the 5th year. The district will have no choice but to bid next year because there is the statute of limitations on procurement. We have a 5-year limit. So that is why we're bringing this recommendation. We've gone through that process. We feel Chartwell's will provide the best service to the district, and we want to exercise that right to extend the 5th year option.
And the part where it talked about nonprofit, she came back and told me what the meaning of nonprofit was, but I meant more, how does it apply here? Does the vendor Chartwell's have to be nonprofit, or?
So am I correct again? That's another agenda item?
Oh, gosh.
That was
Sorry.
pulled, so I
Can you tell me when we get there?
Yes, I'll be happy to.
9, okay, thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. 9.9. Even I forgot where we were for a second. I move that we approve food programs permanent service agreement renewal with the Arizona Department of Education fiscal year 2024. Questions? Mr. Moore.
President Schultz, Member Van Hook, your question applies to this agenda item in which we are required by ADE to annually basically recertify the district. So in that conversation, the nonprofit is the district. We are considered a nonprofit in the sense that we're not making money off of selling meals to students. We're simply just trying to break even and provide students meals based on USDA standards, and then upkeep our cafeteria equipment to meet health code standards. And so we are, in the sense, we are the nonprofit. Higley Unified is a nonprofit in that agreement. So.
Perfect, thank you. I do have more to say about this. So when reading the agreement, it mentioned in there the Public Law 111-296, the Healthy, Hungry, Free Kids Act. Federal legislation reauthorizes the Nutrition Act, now called the Healthy, Hungry Kids Act. So in there, it says meet nutrition standards for national school lunch and breakfast programs, implement nutrition standards for all snacks, snack foods, beverages sold to children at schools. So during I don't even know why I was at the school, but I saw a sign posted on the wall that it says meal examples of fruit plus a hamburger, whole grain and lean protein. And then fruit, an orange plus a piece of pizza, and it says whole grain and lean protein. My concern is that we're using, are we using this poster to tell kids that a pizza and a burger is a good source of protein versus teaching them to be able to have healthy options to eat? And because of the nutrition standards that are listed, is this part of that nutrition standard?
It's not our decision. It is part of the nutrition standards, and unfortunately, it's not our decision, though.
So we as a district don't have any control over the food that's served?
I'm going to invite Mr. Hansen from Chartwells, who.
Thank you.
We do have control over it, but those are standards set by.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the board. Yeah, that sign that you're referring to is required by the program that has to be displayed, and what it is giving examples of what's considered a reimbursable meal by the state. So it's a required sign that we have to post anywhere where meal service is. The goal isn't to necessarily show that that is an example of a quote-unquote good source of whatever. It is really just, hey, these are options for reimbursable meals, and then we have educational things that can happen outside of the program, whether it's different options, having education in the classroom, that type of thing, or a wellness policy for the district. But the sign that you're referring to is required to be posted from ADE.
Got it. Right, yes. Thank you for that. I guess this is off. It applies to the law. So my concern is Even with my daughter buying lunch, like she would, buy lunch and then throw it away because she doesn't like what the food was. So, and I had that conversation with Dr. Foley as far as being able to figure out better options for that we're serving our kids versus hamburgers and pizza. But that's a topic for another day, I suppose.
It's a bigger issue, which I think also with our meal price increase, we could do different things, but the cost of food and being able to provide an affordable lunch to kids and keep that cost down is also an issue too.
It'd be
Because
nice
the
to
cheaper
see what we can
products
get for that
are
value.
the worse items. And so it's finding that balance, and it's also finding things that kids will eat. Kids eat pizza and burgers, and like if you give my kid something else, they're not going to eat that as well. Yeah,
Right.
pick them a salad. They're not going to
Right.
to go for it.
And
Mrs.
it-
Anderson would like that, but
And
our
that
kids
was a
aren't going to eat
conversation
that.
I had with Dr. Foley, is if we could potentially survey kids and see what they feel about the foods that being
I think they
served to
do,
them.
don't you? Yes, that's one of the things that, yeah, so they do survey kids, and of course, kids, I mean, my daughter only eats there on pizza day, so,
Or even, do you guys survey parents at all?
yes.
Yes.
I think the survey goes out, but I mean, ultimately, like you said, your daughter throws away, so if you're surveying the parents on what to eat, the kid could still throw it away, right? You know what I mean? Like, the kid would
Yeah.
still throw, because they're the ones eating it, so they're probably the most important audience to make sure
Well,
that
include
food isn't
both
throwing
of
it
them,
away.
yeah. All
I
right.
mean, because I want my kid to eat salads and jicama and,
Right.
veggies, but she wants ice cream and pizza.
Right. I mean, that's kind of the problem with just surveying kids, because that's what they would want.
Yeah, all of us.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, yes. Thank you.
It's also worth noting, because they've done samples for us too, and actually, I think the pizza's pretty good.
Yes.
But, no offense, it's not Pizza Hut pizza, because there are specific requirements, so it's a wheat crust, it's not a white crust, it's, the burgers, there's certain requirements, and I remember the conversation of the amount of salt that can be in these items. So there are nutrition standards. While we look at it and go, oh, well, that's a burger. Well, it's not a McDonald's burger. There's other things. And so, and not that McDonald's burgers are good, but it tastes different. How about that? It tastes different than maybe what they're used to from a fast food standpoint. So, but they've done a lot of different tastes for us, and I think they're good, but it's different for kids. It's not going to be the same. So, but there are nutrition standards that they have to follow.
Right. Thank you.
All in favor of approving the payment procedures wait, no, where the front am I at? Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, my numbers are wrong on my paper. Anyway, approve the food program permanent service agreement renewal with the Arizona Department of Education, fiscal year 2024. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Approval of payment procedure 9.110, approval of payment procedures, ratify vouchers and salaries for fiscal year 2024. Questions, comments, concerns?
President Schultz. Okay, so imagine if we're being asked to vote on something at the last minute, and even though it is the first time we're seeing this item, that's what this policy does. We're told it has to be voted on at this meeting because of some deadline. This resolution actually takes that further and spends the money that the board must legally approve before we've approved it. I'm sorry, must legally spends the money that the board must legally approve before we've approved it, and then asks for approval after the fact. This resolution lends itself to a rubber stamp board since it approves expenditures after the fact. Why can't we get ahead of it and know what expenses we have coming up so that we can approve it before it happens? If this is to pay liabilities such as salaries, what was done prior to this policy, and why is it necessary now? If it's because of summer breaks, can we put a time limit on the policy? One of the main duties as a board is to approve expenditures. This policy removes that authority from the board. I would like to add, if we do decide to go forward with this policy, I would like to add a clause in this policy that states that the superintendent recognizes that this resolution acknowledges that the board may choose to vote against items as a board at the board meeting, and it's incumbent on the superintendent to ensure all contracts contain that clause. That's all.
Is it possible for us to pull up some of the payment procedure like aspects? Because from my understanding, isn't some of this like sub coverage and things like that, which we can't know in advance? And if we don't have a meeting and somebody needs to cover and they did those things, like there's no
won't
way
get
for us to be
paid.
able to approve that
Yes.
ahead of time. You know what I mean? Like I
President-
recognize and hear what you're saying as far as our job is to do things with forethought, but the nature of some of these things, that's not possible until after the fact. So like, do you tell the person, we're not gonna pay you for the work that you did last month? Like, I guess I'm not really understanding what the concern is.
Mr. Moore, can you clarify, please?
President Schultz, members of the board, so this is not a new policy. This has been in place. I don't have the actual date. I wish I did, but maybe Christine can help me in the meantime. But we have, I mean, I'm saying have to, but like this is a common practice because board meetings are often few and far between, and we've been practicing that. You guys have been ratifying vouchers this whole year. So any hire the district has in between board meetings, we would, if we did not have this policy in place, we would be at a standstill. There can be terminations mid-year. This not only includes with every single invoice process. We would not have any vendors want to do business with us if we could not pay them in a timely manner. And so by having this policy in place, it allows us to proceed with normal business as usual with the board ratifying the vouchers, but that also gives the board, Ms. Van Hook, you've pulled items from the ratified vouchers. We can still have discussion on that and whether there needs to be further investigation and why that expenditure took place. We're happy to have those conversations, but this would greatly hinder the district's relationship with vendors, the district's ability to do business, the district's ability to operate from a human resource perspective. So this is not new, and I don't know if do you have it?
President.
2001 that this was in place. Yeah.
President Schultz and members of the board, I'd also like to add that if we don't pay people in a timely manner, we could be held liable for that. And we cannot delay. If someone has worked for us, we must pay timely and accurately.
It would cost us more in lawsuits and.
Right, and I'm not, obviously, like, the salary part, which is why I mentioned that. Like, is it because due to salaries? And so obviously that is an issue. But I want to ensure that, if we can add that clause in there, that would allow us the ability to, I mean, yes, we can do it now, but to be able to add it to the policy to allow us the ability to choose not to vote on an item until we have the time to be able to research it. And I mean, it's really not fair even to us to be able to see something for the first time and not have enough information on it. So just to be able to have the ability to say, can we move this to have a further discussion?
So when
yes, we can do that, but to be able to add that to policy, because I don't want I don't want the policy to, because, I mean, that's what the policy is doing. It's removing our ability to be able to vote on expenditures before it's happening. So we're always, I mean, okay, you pay somebody, a vendor, for service that they provide. And what if we choose not to pay that vendor? But ahead of time, we would have the ability to go, no, let's not spend this right now. Let's wait another month before we spend it. We don't have that ability with what in the current state. You guys spend the money and then we have no choice but to approve it.
Board Member Van Hook, if I could at least try to clarify something, I guess. I guess it comes down to a couple of things. Thing one, whether or not you have respect for the people in the positions that they are in. I understand that the nature of our job is to ensure that there is oversight, and that is what we are doing. I also hear what you're saying, the idea that it makes you feel uncomfortable in that you have a potential of approving something that you might not personally approve of. You always have the option to say nay. You also have the option when it comes to comments or concerns to express, I'm saying nay because of this one thing, so you can get the clarification should that matter to you. But when you look at what happens or how a school functions, a lot of times we have a need and we'll express what that need is. And the time it takes to approve with the process that we have to get in place in order to approve it, we're already waiting. So for example, staff bathroom, had my key, broke off in the staff bathroom. Miserable. Miserable, because I still had to go to the restroom and now I have 2 minutes left of time before I get back to my class. That bathroom was out for over a month. I know, but my point is the process of the vouchers and those types of things. So by the time it comes to us, I get that your frustration is that it's after the fact. And when we look through them, if we have things that are routinely excessive or what you feel is excessive, we have the opportunity to question it. But the idea that you're saying you want to make sure that you can approve it before it happens is really not honoring or respecting the idea that we have a sea of professionals who are literally following processes and policies that we have in place. So either we put these policies in place and we say, okay, go live with them and do them. And when we see that those things arise, then we can respond to it. But to put a policy out and say, I'm going to assume that you're not following it because I don't want to believe that you are, makes it impossible for us to continue to progress when so many of these things have to go through. We have literal vouchers for who you can buy a t-shirt from. We have regulations for these types of things. We have staff that needs to get filled in this position. We cannot do anything other than say, these are professionals. We respect their ability, their knowledge, their understanding of our policies and the positions in place, and we are honoring the fact that they are doing that. If we feel that they aren't, then that is the nature of our position. But the vouchers that come to us, you still can question. You still can say, I don't want to do this. So the idea of adding that to a policy that is already effective, I struggle with. It feels restrictive. It feels as if we are telling the people in this district, I don't trust you. And I struggle with saying to individuals who are working hard, who answer every possible question that we have, and telling them that it's not enough. I struggle. There has to be a limit to what we are expecting regular people to do and function within their job, especially if we wish to retain them. Like, at the end of the day.
I think you're completely misunderstanding me. I'm not saying at any point that I don't trust the staff. What I'm saying is our job as a board is to approve expenses, and if there is, let's say, a large expense, and we as a board decide, let's hold off another month before we proceed with this expense or this project that's going to cost the district $2 million.
You can't. It's not on there. You can't have that on there. It's a limit for these
right.
payroll
So
expenses.
100,000. What's the limit? 100,000.
This is to function for business as usual. So to function with being able to pay people back for subs, things like that. But big expenditures still have to come to us.
But what's the limit to where they can approve expenditures? 100,000.
We currently have another board policy that, requires anything over 100,000, any single expenditure over 100,000. We bring back to the board, and I think, We've done that through several of these, the Higley High project, for example. Like all of these large expenditures are brought to the board prior to being expensed. So we do ask for board authorization prior to those expenditures being moved forward with. And so at that point, that gives you, the board, the authority to deny or approve that request. But what this does is allows us to, the pencil from the warehouse that the teacher needs tomorrow, it allows us to move forward with those daily items that.
So up to $100,000 spending. So you can have 5 different expenses at $100,000 each on the voucher.
So
and we don't get the ability to be able to say yay or nay. It's spent, and we approve after the fact.
So it's any single expenditure over 100 or a cumulative total over 100,000. So tonight on the agenda, you approved a list of vendors where we asked for authorization to spend up to a certain limit, because these are vendors that we use annually. We vetted. Those numbers vary on that list. Some exceed a couple 100,000. For example, Office Depot. That's one of our main vendors for our warehouse stock, or Waxy, that's our main vendor for toilet paper. And so you approved tonight on the consent agenda authorization to expend up to 500,000. Our purchasing department monitors that. At any point in which we exceed that by 100,000, we bring that back to the governing board and ask for additional authorization. So we have those controls already in place, and you've approved some of those throughout this year for those expenditures that, one, meet the single purchase, a single purchase over 100,000, or a cumulative purchase over 100,000 per vendor.
So is that, the verbiage is not, that's not, those numbers are not in the policy?
Those are in a separate policy. There's a purchasing policy. I do not know it off the top of my head, but I could provide that to you.
Okay, so as long as we have a policy that states that limit, which obviously the superintendent is allowed to approve up to that point. Okay.
Yeah, there's that other policy. So I know it's hard because there's policies and then policy on top of policy,
Right.
policy here.
And when they're not combined to be able to see the.
And they're all separate. And I mean, I know when I look at the vouchers, and even if it's $50 or $100, if something seems weird to me, like the vendor name, I'm trying to figure out like what, now this is strange, I'll ask, you know. And I look at it the same way, is if we notice that there's trends or issues, then we have to have that conversation with our superintendent to address it as a personnel item, that either they're not informed or they're making bad decisions and they need a little coaching or guidance, or maybe their time with us may need to end. I mean, if we feel that there's things that's not being purchased properly, we always have that. But yeah, this lets pay our SRP bill, everything, you know, all of our regular stuff. And you're aware, I mean, we terminate somebody, you have 72 hours to provide them a paycheck. You know, it could be 2 weeks. That could happen on a Thursday, and it may be 2 weeks or 3 before we have a board meeting again. They have to have the ability to do that. So, but yes, there's safeguards in place that have been reviewed, have been talked about to try and put safeguards in place and consistently reviewed. So,
and can we at least have this policy have a link to the other policy where it shows the limits, just to be able to have that connection? Yeah. Yeah, I just, you know, I know that there's a limit, but I want to ensure that we as a board, you know, we're held responsible for approving expenses. And like I said, it has nothing to do with the fact that I don't trust staff for doing their job. but due to the history of the district, it's been an issue, and so that's where my concern comes in.
All those in favor of approving payment procedures, ratify vouchers and salaries for fiscal year 2024? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 9.111, approval of transportation price increase to non-HUSD transportation. All those, any questions, comments, concerns? All those in favor?
No, wait, sorry. President Schultz. Mr. Moore, are you speaking on this? Can you explain how this service works? Do we offer pricing? Is it somebody giving us the service, or is this service that we're providing somebody else?
So this is a service that we provide either other school districts, charters, or anybody who needs, who's, I guess, asking for transportation services. So I want to emphasize, though, we do not just accept any routes that are being requested. We first make sure that our HUSD routes, our students are driven to school on time and then picked up on time. But as you know, drivers, during the middle of the day, there's excess time, which drivers often are looking for extra hours. There's also extracurricular events in which other school districts, they have driver shortages, and we may have drivers willing to work and or buses willing to, provide the trip for them. So this is outside individuals or school districts or companies reaching out to Higley to request transportation services.
And approximately how much of a revenue are we seeing from this service?
I don't, I'll have to get back to you. I don't want to say a number that I don't feel comfortable.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
How are our numbers comparing to other districts that offer these services? Are we within about the same amount? Or did you look, or was that looked at all?
Yeah, I think Mr. Crosby indicated that we are at least at the minimum or below. Our numbers are still very low, but we're at a point where fuel prices, labor prices are exceeding. We want to, at a minimum, break even, if not have a little revenue, because this is a benefit to the district, and we can put that revenue back into the transportation facility and or buses, and save as operational dollars. So our goal is to kind of stay above the break-even point and provide that benefit back to the district by providing these services. So.
Aye. Aye.
Sorry, 9.12, approval of MOU between Higley Unified and Higley Education Association.
Second.
Questions, comments, concerns?
President Schultz. I'm just curious why we need an MOU and what percentage of our teachers participate in HEA. HEA, obviously, they support teachers and not necessarily students. For me, I have a concern with this contract because HEA is part of AEA, political arm to AEA, and then an NEA, which is the largest union in the U.S. During the process in the last, since 2018, they definitely did not have the best interest of our students since they started walking out on them since 2018. We also saw what they did during COVID, pushed masking, school closures. And so many experiences for students were ruined, such as graduations, prom, and end-of-year celebrations. And let's not forget academic loss. Thank you. If I believe if teachers want to be part of HEA, obviously they're welcome to do that on their own. But I don't believe that the district needs to be signing an agreement with the union. Higley is also paying a stipend to the HEA president, and they've done this approximately $4,000 annually for representation work. I'd like to know what that means. Is that half day to lobby, half day to teach? Does the HEA president teach part-time for the district? We shouldn't be using tax dollars to fund the political activities of the union. Is this a gift of public funds? Because we have laws against that. And are we paying the HEA president for various committee representations? Why not pay the parents or other teachers? What about other committee members? How is this not considered using taxpayer money to influence political ideas and agendas? So I don't know if you can answer my question, but I'd like to know if any of these answers to any of my questions that I asked. Are you able to answer?
President Schultz, Board Member Van Hook, I'd like to at least try to answer some of them, and then other individuals can for different things. I think there's a lot to unpack with your statements. A couple of things. One, if you don't have teacher support, you don't have schools. There is no way around it. And I recognize that we do these surveys, and these surveys have the best intent, and that's real and that's valid. That doesn't mean the information that you get is reflective of how people actually feel. For example, just today, HEA stood up and advocated for a policy that is not necessarily the best for all teachers, right? So having a go-between for individuals at each site to say, these are things that are happening here, and then translating that information to us, it is vital. We are a right-to-work state. There have also been Supreme Court cases in the last several years that have made it to where in non-right-to-work states, which is irrelevant here, you don't automatically get signed up. You get a choice. And by our district and our state, our enrollment is low. And part of that reason is because it's expensive, and I'm already paying a lot of money to function as a teacher in the first place, and so taking more of my paycheck to do something that I feel doesn't necessarily have a lot of weight is hard. It is hard to be part of the HEA. It is valuable to make sure that we express to teachers, you matter. Part of the reason that you call the HEA, the NEA, and every other education association political is because they advocate for things that benefit them. Life is politics. The only time that we say something is quote-unquote political is when it is against what we already feel. That is an unfair statement to assess to individuals who are vying for their job. These are individuals who say, here's areas that we are struggling. We have spent how much time on this board, even today alone, talking about the problem of teachers leaving. Not only leaving our district, leaving the profession. How do we understand why they are leaving? How do we advocate for them, if not for teachers? I mean this with love and respect for all persons. If you are not a teacher, you have no idea what it is like. None. You assume so because often we remember what it was like when we had teachers, and that ain't today. We are asking of our teachers far more than we should. And the idea that you would sit here and say an organization that is here to support them, an organization who bends over backwards repeatedly for their students, and to say because you are advocating for yourself, that's harming others, I struggle with. I struggle with it because we talk about, as somebody even expressed today in public comments, actions matter for our students. And so if I tell my students, you as a human have value, and me as a teacher, I am advocating for my value, that is part of that inaction that I am showing them, right? We have teachers who work so much, and to express that a partnership with those teachers to ensure that we have a good relationship is political, or at the very least, politics you don't want to get behind, I struggle with, because our service to this community is our students. And you do that with teachers. Everyone else is support. Everyone else is support. Without those teachers, we have nothing. So to sit here and say that their opinion is not valued, and to say that they're advocating for that harmed students directly, I think is disingenuous. I think it paints a picture or a narrative that I recognize is valuable when you want to keep people paid less, when you want to keep people in a position that is harmful. We are at a tipping point. We are losing teachers. We've increased salary. We still lose teachers. We are literally talking about this at almost every single board meeting. So to say that we shouldn't be a part of the HEA or keep that up, where do you hope to keep teachers then? How do you hope to show a vital part of education that they matter? You say, I trust teachers, and then you turn around and say something else that is the complete opposite. So I'm struggling. If you trust teachers, trust that they are advocating for their students because they do it every day, and when they tell you this is what's hard or this is what I need, you go, okay, because you matter, and what you do matters. But to sit there and say, you advocating for a better salary, a better life for yourself is harmful, I struggle with, especially Higley. We took those days off. We didn't even harm. I didn't even live in this state at the time. We didn't harm our students. We closed, so it wouldn't be. So I struggle with you painting a picture that is not necessarily accurate and by extension actually harmful to students if you don't support what is the backbone of education.
Again, I feel like you continuously put words in my mouth. What I said was, we don't need an agreement with the union in order for our teachers to have that support from them. They obviously pay the union, they participate in it, and they can continue to do that. But I don't believe that as a district, we need to have a contract with them or even be paying stipends to the HEA president. It has been proven fact that since 2018, the unions have pushed for walkouts on our children, and they have impacted our children's lives for the last, what? I can't do the math right now, of 4 years, 5 years. And, well, I can't count this year, but it's been an issue, and it has been a known issue, not just here, all across the US has been an issue, which is why we've had so much uproar in board meetings because of what the unions push. And they can continue to support teachers, but when it impacts the students, that's where I have a problem with. And us as a board, we are here to represent the community and these students and their parents. That is the district's job, to support the teachers and the staff. As a board member, we get voted in by the community to represent them. And we can't forget that.
Can you clarify for me so I understand? How is it that an agreement with the HEA is doing what you call proven time and again ways in which, or at the very least, let me rephrase. What do you think the HEA does here in the district? And at these meetings that they attend, what is it that you think they do?
Other than sit there and hackle me as I talk, they obviously help negotiate salaries and benefits for teachers. I'm aware of what they do. I'm not saying they can't continue to do that. I'm just saying, as a district, I don't think that it's necessary to have a contract in place in order for them to be able to do that.
If we don't have an agreement in place, what gives the teachers the peace of mind that they will have somebody that will represent them, that the district will listen to them? if there's not an agreement in place?
There's other districts
Why
that
would the
don't have an
teachers
agreement,
think
but
that
they
they have
still
any
have the
kind of support and representation that we're going to listen to, that we're going to meet and come to an agreement with, as Mrs. Wade said earlier about the blackout dates and the, that wasn't, it didn't all benefit the teacher, but what would be the benefit to teachers to wanting to be a part of somewhere where they didn't have any representation?
But
if there wasn't an agreement. But we're not saying we're going to listen to everything you say and do. And it's also very unfair to compare HEA to our union to unions outside the state, because we are a right to work state and we do have different union laws than other states do.
They ultimately do the same thing. They do.
There's a lot.
HEA,
unions in other states have a lot more
AEA.
clout and a lot more power than they do here.
Well, obviously, states like, or Illinois,
California?
for instance, California. Yeah, no, I get that. But the purpose is, my reasoning is, I've seen the impact that they've made on students. And it's like, I over the years, like, it's been awful what these kids have had to go through. And teachers can continue to have their representation without an agreement. But I mean, I've said my piece. This is how I feel.
To listen to them. I mean, if you're talking about masks, when we voted to go back to school, the HEA was against us going back to school, and we voted as a board to go back to school.
Right, and that's my concern is they voted to keep schools down. They voted to continue masking, and
I mean, you're talking about a pandemic where people didn't know what was going on, and so I don't think that's fair to compare the HEA
I'm
and what
talking
they
about
do
since
on an everyday
2018
basis.
that they walked out on children at the end of school year. They did it in 2019 and 2020. They kept like it's been years, and so do they have the best interest
I don't think
of
that's
our
accurate
children?
that it's been years.
It is. They walked out in
Accurate. In 1 year.
2018.
Right,
Yes.
correct. Yes, agree.
And then in 2019,
Which
with
we
the
have-
pandemic, and followed into 2020. So
To
I
be
don't know.
clear,
That's-
I do not believe that it is fair to put what is state law on the backs of teachers.
State law?
Yes, masks and mandating
That
them.
was no law. There was no law for masks.
Yes, ma'am, there was.
There was no law for masks.
Again,
Mandates are not laws.
Ma'am, an executive order has the same effect as law. So at the end of the day, yes.
The
I
governor never
recognize-
had
right
a
now,
mask
I'm still talking
mandate.
for a second, please. COVID is over, okay? To be clear, COVID is over. And at the end of the day, for you to sit here and put things that, yes, I recognize your frustration, and I'm not saying that they're invalid. Those years were literally miserable for so many reasons. But again, you are putting weight to things that have absolutely nothing to do what this agreement is, what their power is, because they made no statements about anything with respect to power. That came down to our board, and at the very least, you exist here. So should that situation rise again, you would be in a position to be able to make those statements. I understand that there is narratives that get placed when teachers make decisions or when any union makes a decision to strike, because there is cost, and I understand that. I recognize that. What I think is valued here is that when it came to those strikes, the level of preparation that got done, the working with district and HEA and teachers across to say, how can we do this so it is the minimal disruption to our students, is what matters. You keep making statements that says this came at the cost of students.
It did.
And that is not accurate with respect to the process that the individuals went through. In this moment, you can choose not to agree with the HEA, that is fine. From a position of a former teacher, a board member who respects what it is that this position is, I will say to you, I value your union, I value your feedback, and I value your input for what is happening. Where are areas of need? Where are areas of concern? It does not mean I have to agree with you. And so to say that you're not here, the HEA, when new teachers get here, They provide information and help. They help set up sometimes mentorships to say, hey, here's somebody else that does this. Those meetings that they go to are after school. I know this because they inform you of them. They're not during student hours. And if somebody is doing it, it's on their prep. Because again, we have a job. You make it seem as if we aren't sitting here with the focus of classroom hours. This stuff is done outside of that. This stuff makes our job up here easier because we now have a policy in place that teachers support and teachers get behind because we can say the HEA agrees. When they have complaints, it goes to the HEA, it gets filtered out. That is literally part of this process. Nothing about our partnership is saying you agree or disagree with the statements that they make. It is us saying, teachers, we value your input. We value your ability to organize, to ensure that you are comfortable in this environment because we wish you to stay.
Whether this contract is signed or not, that still happens. And they support teachers because they get money from these teachers to be a part of their union to have that support. None of that would change. So
Indeed it would. If we didn't have those things in that organization, it would. You know why? Because then we don't have to meet with them. We don't. I'm
they
sorry, I'm
provide a
busy.
service
I
that
can't.
they're paid to do.
We don't have an agreement with them, though. What's there to say? We don't have an agreement. I need some. If we don't have an agreement with them, then what's there to say we have to meet with them? And what ensures the teacher, like I said, and why would they want to be a part of an organization? Why would they want to be a part of a district that doesn't agree to meet with teachers and it doesn't agree to an agreement to meet with them? I mean,
Well, I think we're also missing the point too. It's a memo of understanding.
Yes.
And yes, it's an agreement on what is expected on both sides. I mean, it helps protect the district as well because it sends, it's laid out there what these expectations are, what they can expect from the district, but also it talks about what the district can expect from them. As a board member who lived through Red for Ed, you know, and that's on both sides because community, there are some who were upset. We had an overwhelming majority who supported them, but the impact to our district was much less because of our relationship with the HEA and how closely they worked with Dr. Thomason. And Dr. Thomason always knew what was going on. They had an understanding, they had an expectation, so we could communicate to our parents in a timely manner. And that wasn't happening in all districts. I mean, sometimes they were trying to figure out if they were gonna have teachers, like, it's 9 o'clock at night, are we gonna have teachers the next day? Our relationship with HEA and our district, it was by 4 o'clock, we knew what was happening so we could communicate with our parents, and that was the mutual respect. A memo of understanding, and to clarify, there is no contract. This is not a contract. It's an agreement on expectations. It's saying, we expect this of you and you should expect this of us. I mean, that's all it is it's a mutual respect professional agreement on what should happen. There's no contract. And I think that seeing, and there was once upon a time, HEA and the district were like this. There's no doubt about it. There was no happy medium whatsoever. And I think through the district administration, through HEA, they were able to negotiate and come together, and now we have a great partnership. And the stipend is for district representation. It's not for lobbying, it's not for out doing political things. It is, there will be HEA, well, June, will be at both of the rallies, the welcome back rallies. You know, and it's taking those time, that's additional time. There's plenty of times that the HEA president is serving on other things and asked to join, but that's not, if there's other teachers doing this, it's not the stipend. It's when it's above and beyond their duties, and it's representing the district. So it's when she's asked to attend something, like I said, like the Welcome Back Rally, new teacher orientation, things like that, that go well beyond what a classroom teacher would do. So that's what the stipend is for, is because we are asking for extra duties for them. And they're as much of a representation of the district as we are of them. I mean, so would we be asking someone who doesn't trust their district to come in and speak with new teachers? Because obviously we want the new teachers, and I mean, she'll tell you how it is, and she's not gonna lie or sugarcoat it, but like, hey, you're in a good place. You're in a good district. This is what we do. This is how we do it. If you have concerns, and they represent everybody, and whether they're a member or not. And there's been discussion on classified and certified, and because they recognize we're a district. We're not just teachers. So, so the stipend that they get, and the reason I know is because earlier it was indicated that we're a historic board of not asking questions, which is not true. They may not have been asked out here. They may not have been published like we are now, and that's a great idea. But I can guarantee you, especially as Scott sits out there in the audience and Jill is here, I can guarantee you this was never a board that didn't ask questions. It was just done in a different format, and they weren't published. Like I said, that was a great idea. Something so simple, why was it not thought of before? I don't know. It wasn't to hide anything. But the reason I know this information is because these are questions I asked. Because I did have a concern, same as you, going, sorry, why are we paying an organization outside of the district? Why are we paying a stipend? And so then I got those answers, and I've got to learn what events are expected and things like that. So, so we're not a historic board of not asking questions, because we do. We always have. It's just been done differently, and we're improving. And thank you for bringing that. It's not a contract. Like everyone says, you can call a union, not a union. When things come down to it, if there was something, Arizona doesn't recognize unions. We are a right-to-work state. They're a professional organization that we are having a professional agreement in writing with on what the expectations are. And they have been just as helpful to the district, I think, as they have been to teachers, because there have been times that we've had to go to the HEA and deliver some not so good news and say, hey, this really sucks. We've got to do this. We've got to go in this direction. We have to do that. And we rely on them, help guide us, help us, because you know your teacher community, and we have to go deliver news on reductions or whatever it is, and they help guide us. So there is a mutual benefit from this agreement, and that we have to recognize that. And then they help both sides. So they've come and said, teachers are asking for this, and we're just like, oh, sorry, that's not going to happen. So everything they advocate for, they don't get. Sometimes there's not even a compromise. It just can't happen. But it's done respectfully, and then it's later on, how can we get there? So, to clarify, it is not a union. They're a professional organization that represents a group of teachers and other staff, anyone who goes to them that has an issue, and they've been able to help facilitate lots of things. Whether you supported Red for Ed or not, that was a statewide thing. I mean, yes, our kids were out of school, And our state still needs to do some things to change. But that moved the needle a little bit. Me personally, I'd like to see that we can have conversations and have agreements and have our legislators listen to not just teachers, but look at our hospitals, our nurses, and I mean, everywhere that government needs to change all the way around. So unfortunately, it's certain things that get their attention that actually makes a difference. And I wish we wouldn't have to do those things, but it started moving the needle. And like Mrs. Schultz said, advocating for their representation of people that they represent. People didn't understand COVID. They were afraid. They didn't want to come to school. And as a district, that was one of those conversations. We said, look, we're opening up. We're going back to school. This is what we're doing. And so that was a conversation that had to happen. And HEA helped the best they could support the district in that to say, okay, this is what our district's decided, and we need to be there. So, and then individual choices obviously at that point are made whether people came back or didn't come back, but in all, HEA helped support the district in reopening, even though that's not what they asked for. And like I said, and then individuals make their own decisions. So I just want to, this is not a contract. It's a memo of understanding. It's a professional agreement on what can be expected on both sides. And I think the organization is beneficial to the district as well as teachers.
And just so we're clear, I mean, they can't call them a union in Arizona because of the right to work state, so they call them an association. So if you look up association, it will tell you it's a union. It's just playing word games. But when they attend events and we're paying them $4,000 a year to attend these events, they're attending as a union member. So paying stipends from taxpayer dollars to union members shouldn't be happening. They are paid by those who decide to be members of HEA, and we shouldn't be paying them additional out of taxpayer dollars to come and do what they're supposed to do as a union rep. We should not be paying them out of taxpayer dollars. So if that's part of this agreement, obviously that's an issue. Whether you're a member or not, they continue to support any teacher. And so again, my belief is that this agreement isn't necessary because they get paid to support teachers to be able to advocate for them. Not the students, but the teachers. And when their actions impact students, I have a problem with that. If we don't have students in our schools, there's nobody to teach. So again, we have to ensure that our children that come to this district are a priority and that their needs are being met. And when we have the union advocating not for the students, it's a problem, which is why I have these concerns. Thank you.
And I don't think that the stipend is part of this agreement. I didn't see it in there.
It wasn't. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Moving on to future board agenda items. Okay, all set. Board initiatives. Do I have to read all these? Okay. I move that we adjourn the meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, good night, and congratulations to Mrs. Richards again. Thank you.
I don't see the patio day.